Good evening and welcome back. What if the story of the world's longest-lasting civilization began not with grand declarations or mighty armies, but with the quiet, steady gift of a river that flooded each year and left behind rich, black soil? So, before you settle in, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I share here. And if you're tuning in from somewhere special tonight, drop your location and local time in the comments below. I always enjoy reading where everyone is settling in from. Now, dim the lights. Perhaps turn on a fan for that soft, rhythmic background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. The land we now call Egypt stretches gracefully along the Nile, a narrow ribbon of green cutting through the harsh desert on either side. For thousands of years, long before any written records, small groups of people made their homes beside this river, planting crops in the fertile soil left behind after the annual floodwaters receded. They relied on simple tools crafted from stone and wood. They fished the waters with nets and spears. They buried their dead with profound care, placing a few cherished and useful items beside them. Life moved slowly, season by season, guided by the timeless rhythm of the river. Over time, these scattered communities grew into larger settlements. In the south, known later as Upper Egypt, the valley was narrower and the surrounding land far more rugged. In the north, called Lower Egypt, the river spread out into a wide, fertile delta that reached toward the open sea. The two distinct regions developed their own local leaders and unique ways of life. They even honored different gods and held distinct symbols of power. The south favored the tall white crown and the vulture goddess, Nekhbet. The north preferred the vibrant red crown and the cobra goddess, Wadjet. For a long while, these two realms remained separate, sometimes trading peacefully, sometimes clashing. Then, around 5,000 years ago, a pivotal shift began. Ambitious leaders in the south started to bring more villages under their unified control. One ruler in particular stands out in the legends passed down through later generations. His name was Narmer, though some ancient records also refer to him as Mens. He is famously depicted on a carved stone slab, wearing first the white crown of the south, and then the red crown of the north. Whether he united the delta through decisive battle or through clever diplomacy, the result was monumental. For the very first time, a single ruler governed both regions as one unified kingdom. This joining of the two lands marked the true dawn of what historians would later organize into dynasties, or ruling families. Narmer's triumph allowed the young kingdom to flourish and grow stronger. He and the rulers who followed established a capital at the strategic meeting point of Upper and Lower Egypt, right where the narrow valley opens into the broad delta. They named it Aneb Hedge, meaning of the white walls, although it would soon become world-renowned as Memphis. From this central location, officials could direct vital work on irrigation canals, collect grain taxes, and maintain records using an early form of writing. These early kings understood that their power rested on managing the Nile's floods and ensuring their people were well fed. They organized dedicated teams of workers to clear water channels and construct sturdy dams. They also began to view the ruler as far more than just a powerful chief. He was seen as the divine guardian who maintained order and ensured the land remained abundant and fertile. This belief would only deepen in the centuries ahead. Writing evolved rapidly once the kingdom was united under one crown. Scribes utilized detailed pictures and signs pressed into wet clay or painted onto fine pottery. These early records mostly tracked goods, counted livestock, and recorded the peak height of each year's flood. Yet, even these practical lists reveal a sophisticated, growing system of governance. Officials traveled across the country to collect taxes in the form of grain and animals. Others supervised the construction of lasting tombs for the kings and the royal family. Religion played a central role in every daily decision. People firmly believed the gods controlled the Nile, the rising sun, and the safety of their realm. The king served as the vital bridge between the human world and the divine. He performed sacred ceremonies to appease the gods, ensuring the annual flood would arrive on time and bring the rich silt needed to sustain their crops. Temples were still modest in these early centuries, built from mud brick rather than stone, yet they served as the spiritual hearts of their communities. As the first two dynasties unfolded, the kings continued to solidify their hold on the nation. They launched trade expeditions south into Nubia to bring back gold, ivory, and exotic woods. They traded with merchants along the Mediterranean coast for fragrant cedar logs from distant forests. These precious imports enriched the royal court and empowered skilled artisans to refine their craft. Potters produced finer, more delicate vessels. Jewelers sculpted stunning beads and protective amulets. Stoneworkers learned to carve harder materials with incredible precision. Burial customs also became increasingly elaborate. Kings and high-ranking officials were no longer placed simply in shallow desert pits. Instead, they constructed larger, grander tombs of mud brick, shaped like low platforms and known as mastabas. Inside these structures, subterranean rooms held food, fine clothing, furniture, and weapons for the journey into the next life. The human body was treated with utmost care to ensure its preservation. This deep desire to preserve the dead would eventually inspire the incredible advances in mummification and tomb construction that followed. By the end of the Second Dynasty, the foundational core of Egyptian civilization was firmly in place. A single ruler governed a long, narrow realm. An expanding class of scribes and officials managed the country seamlessly from the capital. Farmers tended the fertile fields in harmony with the river's timeless cycle. Craftsmen created essential tools, pottery, and exquisite ornaments. And the entire population looked to the king as the essential protector who held the balance between humanity and the forces of nature. The stage was now set for something grander than anyone had ever imagined. The coming rulers would take the knowledge gathered over these early centuries and turn it toward mega projects on an unprecedented scale. Stone would soon replace humble mud brick. Royal tombs would rise higher and higher into the sky. The Old Kingdom was about to blossom, bringing with it the golden age of pyramid building. Yet, none of this magnificent history happened overnight. It was built step by step through the quiet dedication of farmers who trusted the Nile, scribes who recorded history, and kings who recognized that true strength lay in keeping the two lands united. The rulers who followed the initial unification worked tirelessly to transform a newly merged territory into a fully operational state. The man most closely linked to founding the capital was Hor-Ar-Har, often identified in later historical accounts as Men's. He picked a strategic location right at the junction of the southern valley and the northern delta, a site the Egyptians called a Neb Hedge, or the White Walls. Over time, this vibrant settlement expanded into Memphis, the political and cultural beating heart of the nation for centuries. Its dynamic location allowed royal officials to easily journey between the south and north, making administrative control seamless. From Memphis, the early kings established the world's first national administration system. They organized the country into distinct administrative districts called nomes, each managed by a local governor reporting directly to the royal court. Every year, or every 2 years, the king and his court traveled through these districts in a solemn royal procession known as the Followers of Horus. During these royal tours, officials counted livestock, measured grain reserves, and assessed regional wealth. This detailed data determined the exact tax contribution required from each region, typically paid in grain, livestock, or physical labor. These collected goods were stored safely in royal granaries in Memphis, ready to be redistributed during dry years when the Nile's flood fell short. Scribes were the irreplaceable engine of this entire administrative machine. They utilized an evolving script combining visual symbols and phonetic sounds. Records were meticulously maintained on clay tablets and inscribed labels attached to storage jars. Most surviving examples record quantities of precious oil, fine cloth, and harvested grain delivered to the palace. This ability to systematically count and track resources gave Egyptian kings unprecedented control over their realm's wealth. Trained officials formed an elite professional class that faithfully served the crown generation after generation. The early kings also deepened their divine connection to the universe. They presented themselves as the living embodiment of Horus, the falcon-headed god of kingship and order. This spiritual authority helped legitimize their reign across both Upper and Lower Egypt. Royal ceremonies in Memphis featured sacred offerings at mud brick and wooden temples. One prominent temple honored Partar, the creator god closely tied to Memphis itself. The king's presence at these holy rituals reassured the people that their leader maintained harmony with the gods who commanded the sun and the river. Trade routes expanded far beyond the nation's borders during these prosperous reigns. Expeditions ventured deep into Nubia to acquire gold and durable stone for tools and jewelry. Other trading parties sailed northeast across the Mediterranean, returning with prized cedar wood from the lush forests of Lebanon. These valuable imports elevated Egyptian construction and art to new heights. Carpenters built stronger, seaworthy vessels and elegant furniture for the palace. Stonemasons perfected their craft, mastering techniques that would soon make monumental architecture possible. Burial practices continued to evolve alongside these technological leaps. Kings and elite nobles built increasingly massive mastaba tombs on the high plateau of Saqqara, just west of Memphis. These impressive rectangular structures contained multiple rooms filled with food, luxury garments, and everyday tools meant for the afterlife. Some tombs even featured detailed miniature models of workers and workshops, an early hint of the belief that the afterlife mirrored the physical world. Yet, kings were often still laid to rest at Abydos in the south, in deep underground chambers surrounded by the graves of loyal servants. This dual tradition honored both the vibrant new capital in the north and the ancestral sacred grounds of the south. Several prominent kings of the First Dynasty left an indelible mark on history. King Den, who ruled for several prosperous decades, led successful military campaigns into the Eastern Desert and expanded vital irrigation networks. He is famously depicted on ivory labels wearing the double crown, combining the white and red symbols of the unified kingdom. His long reign was an era of remarkable stability, where abundant harvests supported a rapidly growing population. Later kings, like Kar, continued this legacy of organized record-keeping and regular administrative tours through the provinces. As the First Dynasty came to a close, a complete structure of national government had firmly taken root. A central court at Memphis gathered intelligence, managed food reserves, and mobilized labor for grand national projects. Local governors managed regional affairs while remaining fully accountable to the crown. The central concept that the ruler preserved universal order and balance, a concept later formalized as Marat, was already the foundation of Egyptian identity. The Second Dynasty introduced new political challenges and cultural shifts. While some kings kept their focus on Memphis, others spent significant time in the southern heartland. King Peribsen made a dramatic choice by aligning himself with the god Seth rather than the traditional Vulcan god Horus. This shift may point to regional political friction or a bold attempt to balance competing factions within the court. Intriguingly, his inscriptions contain one of the earliest full sentences written in Egyptian hieroglyphs, celebrating the peaceful unification of the two lands under his rule. Later in the dynasty, King Khâsekhemoui successfully restored national harmony after a period of unrest. His chosen name poetically meant "the two powerful ones appear," as symbolizing a conscious effort to unite opposing spiritual and political forces. Khâsekhemoui pioneered building projects that incorporated far more stone than ever before. His grand tomb complex at Abydos featured vast enclosures showcasing advanced labor organization and construction skills. By the end of his reign, roughly 400 years had passed since Narmer first united the realm. The vital systems of taxation, administrative writing, and divine kingship were completely woven into daily life. Memphis had transformed from a fortified outpost into a bustling, world-class capital filled with grand palaces, administrative centers, and thriving artisan workshops. Yet, these early monarchs did not rule in isolation. They relied heavily on a trusted circle of advisors, noble families, and royal relatives. Women frequently held key leadership positions, managing vast estates and performing critical religious duties as priestesses. Queen mothers held immense political influence, particularly when a young prince inherited the throne. This close-knit network of noble families ensured political stability from one reign to the next. Through it all, agriculture remained the true foundation of Egyptian life. Farmers planted emmer wheat and barley as soon as the floodwaters retreated each autumn. They tilled the rich soil with wooden plows pulled by oxen and harvested the golden grain using flint-bladed sickles. Hand-dug irrigation ditches carried life-giving water to dry fields far from the main riverbank. In abundant years, the grain surplus nourished artisans, scribes, and the royal family. In lean years, the emergency grains stored in Memphis protected the population from famine. The entire civilization operated in perfect rhythm with the Nile's seasonal cycle of flooding, planting, and harvesting. In the royal workshops near the capital, master craftsmen created objects of both everyday utility and breathtaking beauty. Potters produced distinct storage vessels whose changing styles now help modern archaeologists date ancient ruins. Jewelers combined pure gold, red carnelian, and vivid turquoise into exquisite necklaces and bracelets for the elite. Shipbuilders built robust wooden vessels capable of navigating the Nile's currents or making open water voyages along the coast. The nation's population grew steadily alongside its economic prosperity. Farming villages multiplied along the banks of the Nile, and Memphis grew into a thriving city home to thousands of residents. Most ordinary people lived in cozy homes made of sun-dried mud brick, featuring flat roofs where families gathered to sleep on warm desert nights. Though the city streets were narrow and dusty, living near the river and the royal court provided a steady stream of trade and opportunity. By the conclusion of the Second Dynasty, Egypt possessed a profound sense of national identity. The early kings had forged resilient institutions that could easily survive the death of any individual ruler. Writing, bureaucracy, and the spiritual concept of divine kingship provided the exact tools needed for the monumental achievements on the horizon. The stage was quietly set for a revolution in stone architecture that would define Egyptian civilization forever. This transition occurred naturally and gradually over generations. No single catastrophic event marked the boundary between the early dynastic period and the Old Kingdom. Instead, Centuries of administrative experience, labor management, and engineering laid the foundation for future rulers to dream bigger. Memphis remained the beating heart of this expanding realm. Its famous white walls stood proudly over the green fields and the eternal Nile, the river that continued to nourish every aspect of life in this extraordinary kingdom. As the architectural achievements of the Second Dynasty settled into history, Memphis continued to serve as the nation's steady hub of power and trade. A dynamic new line of kings emerged at the start of what historians now classify as the Third Dynasty. One remarkable ruler in particular, known to history as Djoser, or Netriket in contemporary inscriptions, stepped forward to transform the nation. His reign brought a profound shift in how Egyptian pharaohs showcased their divine power and mobilized their people. The nation turned its full creative energy toward monumental stone construction on a scale never before witnessed in human history. Djoser had grown up steeped in the rich court traditions perfected by his ancestors. He understood the supreme importance of preserving national unity and honoring the gods who governed the annual Nile flood. Like the kings before him, he depended on a skilled circle of advisors to manage taxation, trade, and agricultural planning. Yet, Djoser possessed a grander vision. He wanted to leave an eternal mark upon the desert horizon. The tradition of building mud-brick mastabas no longer felt sufficient for a king of his stature. Djoser desired a monument that would defy time itself, standing taller and lasting longer than any structure ever built. To realize this dream, he turned to a brilliant polymath named Imhotep, who served as a high priest, healer, and royal architect. Imhotep studied traditional mud-brick building techniques and boldly began experimenting with local stone. Together, the king and his architect selected a high desert plateau at Saqqara, just a short distance from Memphis, overlooking the Nile Valley. Work crews first cleared a vast stone platform and laid out a rectangular foundation echoing the shape of a traditional mastaba. However, instead of using sun-dried mud bricks, they used finely carved blocks of limestone quarried from nearby cliffs. This single choice revolutionized architecture forever. Durable stone could be cut to precise measurements and stacked securely, allowing structures to climb skyward without collapsing under their own weight. Yet, Imhotep's imagination went far beyond a single flat-topped platform. He directed the builders to stack a second, slightly smaller stone layer on top of the first, followed by a third, a fourth, and so on. The result was a breathtaking, six-tiered structure that rose step by step toward the heavens. When completed, this legendary step pyramid reached an astonishing 204 feet in height, making it the tallest man-made structure of its era. Around the base of the pyramid, they constructed a vast ceremonial complex enclosed by a soaring, decorative limestone wall designed to resemble a royal palace. Inside the complex lay courtyard sanctuaries, chapels, and sacred spaces designed to serve the king's spirit throughout eternity. Bringing this vision to life required master-level logistics and an immense, dedicated workforce. Teams of workers traveled to nearby stone quarries during the months when the Nile flooded the fields and agricultural work halted. Using copper chisels and wooden levers, they carved massive limestone blocks directly from the bedrock. Teams of oxen and men dragged the heavy stones on wooden sledges along prepared tracks. At the construction site, massive earth ramps were raised, allowing workers to hold the blocks higher as each new tier of the pyramid took shape. This monumental achievement relied entirely on the administrative skills developed by scribes and officials over the preceding centuries. Scribes meticulously tracked every block brought to the site and managed the daily food rations distributed to the thousands of laborers. Djoser's decision to construct his eternal resting place in stone reflected the immense wealth and confidence of his kingdom. The nation produced a substantial food surplus, allowing thousands of workers to be fed while dedicated to monumental construction. The Nile continued its reliable annual cycle, and the network of canals kept the fields fertile and productive. This economic stability empowered the royal court to commit vast resources to a project that served as both a tomb and a supreme symbol of royal authority. The step pyramid was far more than a burial place. It was a physical declaration that the king was divine, maintained cosmic order, and enjoyed the favor of the gods. Its stepped shape reaching toward the sky evoked the golden rays of the sun climbing the morning horizon and symbolized the sacred primordial mound from which creation first emerged. Imhotep's genius extended deep beneath the earth as well. He designed an intricate labyrinth of underground shafts and galleries beneath the pyramid where Djoser's body would rest securely. These subterranean chambers were stocked with thousands of exquisite stone vessels, fine tools, and offerings for the afterlife. The underground walls were decorated with stunning blue-green faience tiles crafted to imitate delicate reed matting, a poetic tribute to Egypt's ancient architectural roots rendered in everlasting stone. Every detail was designed so the king's spirit could move effortlessly between the burial realm below and the sacred chapels above. News of this incredible stone mountain spread quickly along the Nile as supply boats and workers returned home to their distant villages. Farmers who worked on the monument returned with awe-inspiring tales of the massive stones and the incredible organization of the royal court. And as the sun set over the desert of Saqqara, the giant stone steps stood as a monument to what human vision, unity, and determination could achieve. The workshops near Memphis honed their skills cutting and polishing the fine limestone, passing on advanced techniques that would be utilized in even larger projects later on. The tremendous success of the step pyramid encouraged other high officials to build their own smaller tombs nearby in the exact same style, creating a massive necropolis that grew steadily around the main monument. During Djoser's reign, the kingdom also maintained its strategic connections beyond its physical borders. Expeditions continued to move south into Nubia for gold and valuable stone, while trading parties brought back structural timber and fragrant resins from the eastern Mediterranean. These precious goods helped support the grand building effort and enriched the royal court. The king himself appears in surviving stone reliefs, wearing the traditional crowns and performing sacred ceremonies that linked him directly to the gods Horus and Ra. His name was inscribed on monuments up and down the Nile, reminding every citizen of the national unity he upheld. The step pyramid stood fully completed by the end of Djoser's time on the throne. It had taken roughly 20 years of steady labor, with the work progressing layer by layer as the king's reign advanced. When he passed away, the complex became the vibrant center for ongoing rituals performed by dedicated priests who lived in nearby sanctuaries. Daily offerings of bread, beer, and meat were brought to sustain the king's eternal spirit. The structure itself proved so solid that it easily survived the passing of countless centuries. Its massive stone blocks fitted tightly enough to resist the desert winds and occasional sudden rains. This innovation at Saqqara set an entirely new standard for royal tombs. Later kings in the Third Dynasty eagerly followed the example, though none quite matched the sheer size or ambition of Djoser's original monument. The use of structural stone spread to other building projects as well, including majestic temples and administrative centers in Memphis. Craftsmen continually refined their methods for quarrying and transporting larger blocks, while architects began to dream of even taller and more complex designs. The quiet confidence that had built up through the early dynastic period now found expression in these permanent stone landmarks on the plateau. Throughout the surrounding countryside, the timeless rhythm of life continued much as it always had. The Nile rose and fell each passing year. Fields were planted and harvested on schedule, and grain taxes flowed steadily into the royal storehouses. Yet, the towering presence of the step pyramid fundamentally changed the way ordinary people thought about their king and their place in the cosmic order. It stood as living proof that coordinated human effort could achieve something truly lasting and monumental. Children growing up near Saqqara would see the colossal structure every day as they tended livestock or carried water, absorbing the profound idea that their unified land was capable of extraordinary works under the guidance of a single ruler. As the Third Dynasty drew toward its close, the valuable lessons learned from Djoser's project were passed directly to the next family of kings. The Fourth Dynasty would take the step pyramid concept and push it even further, smoothing the outer sides and aiming for unprecedented height. But the essential foundation had been laid at Saqqara. Imhotep's revolutionary design proved that stone could be used not just for durability, but for creating grand shapes that reached directly toward the heavens. The Old Kingdom, with its absolute focus on monumental architecture, had truly begun. The step pyramid also highlighted the growing specialization taking shape within Egyptian society. While ordinary farmers still formed the majority of the population, a new class of skilled stone cutters, land surveyors, and construction oversights had become essential. These men worked directly under the direction of high officials who reported to the central court. Their specialized knowledge would be refined and expanded in the legendary reigns to come. The absolute success of the project reinforced the core belief that the king's supreme duty was to maintain balance, or marat, by directing the collective energies of the people toward works that honored the divine and benefited the realm. In the years immediately following Djoser, smaller step pyramids appeared at various other sites, proving that the architectural concept had firmly taken hold. Yet, none rivaled the original in grand scale or in the extraordinary care taken with its surrounding ceremonial complex. The vast enclosure at Saqqara included specialized spaces for the king to perform symbolic rituals in the afterlife, such as running a sacred course that demonstrated his eternal vigor and right to rule. These intricate details reflected a deep concern for ensuring that the ruler's spirit remained active and protective of the kingdom long after his earthly life ended. This monumental transition from the early dynastic period to a dynamic new era had occurred smoothly, without sudden upheaval. The same life-giving river, the same dedicated scribes, and the same traditions of sacred kingship endured. What changed dramatically was the scale of ambition and the materials used. Everlasting stone replaced humble mud brick, and the skyline of the western desert gained a permanent silhouette that would inspire awe for countless generations. Djoser and Imhotep had opened the door to a legendary era where pharaohs would compete to build ever more impressive monuments. Each new structure stood as a lasting testament to the unmatched stability and prosperity that a unified land could achieve. The step pyramid at Saqqara served as the essential bridge between the simple tombs of the past and the breathtaking structures that were soon to follow. It demonstrated to the ancient world that a kingdom's resources, when organized with care and vision, could produce works of staggering engineering skill and eternal beauty. As the golden sun rose each morning over the Nile and cast its bright light on the stepped layers of limestone, the monument reminded everyone who saw it of the incredible power that flowed from a single, well-managed realm. The stage was now perfectly set for the next lineage of kings to take these bold innovations and create something even more remarkable on the plateau at Giza, the Great Pyramids themselves. The monumental success at Saqqara inspired the kings who followed to perfect the techniques of stone construction. The fourth dynasty opened with King Sneferu, a vision-driven ruler who took the idea of a stepped structure and began smoothing its sides to create the world's first true pyramids with sleek, sloping faces. He initiated his first major project at Meidum, where workers added outer layers and attempted to fill in the steps. However, the steep design proved structurally unstable, and the outer casing eventually collapsed in places. Undeterred by this setback, Sneferu moved further north and constructed another massive pyramid at Dashur, which began at a steep angle but required a dramatic architectural adjustment midway when cracks began appearing in the lower walls. This unique result became world-famous as the Bent Pyramid. Still determined to achieve a flawless form, Sneferu successfully completed a third monument nearby, the Red Pyramid, crafted with gentler slopes and a remarkably solid core of fine limestone blocks. These daring architectural experiments taught the royal court invaluable lessons regarding weight distribution, foundation stability, and the precise angles required to keep a skyscraper standing for millennia. Sneferu's ambitious son, Khufu, inherited a flourishing kingdom that was producing massive agricultural surpluses and possessed a workforce highly skilled in moving giant stones. He selected an ideal new site on the Gezer Plateau, just a few miles north of Saqqara and still within easy reach of the capital at Memphis. This strategic location provided a rock-solid bedrock foundation and an unhindered view across the expansive Nile Valley. Khufu instructed his master architects to design a monumental pyramid that would completely eclipse everything built before it. The Great Pyramid, as it would come to be known across history, rose in a series of meticulously leveled courses of heavy limestone. Each individual block weighed an average of 2.5 tons, and the completed monument contained roughly 2.3 million of them. When fully finished, it reached an astonishing 481 feet into the sky, with base sides stretching 756 feet long. Its outer casing of polished white limestone from the Chura quarries across the river gave the pyramid a brilliant, smooth surface that gleamed intensely in the desert sun. The administrative organization required to construct the Great Pyramid demonstrated just how remarkably advanced the central government had become since the original unification of the two lands. Royal officials organized the vast labor force into tight work teams of 20 to 30 men. Each team was proudly identified by spirited names such as their Friends of Khufu or their Drunkards of Menkaure. These energetic groups actively competed against one another to see who could move the most stone in a single day. During the 3 or 4 months when the Nile flooded the surrounding farmland, thousands of ordinary farmers from villages across the valley traveled to Gezer to work on the royal project. They were well compensated, receiving regular rations of fresh bread, brewed beer, onions, and salted fish straight from the royal granaries. An entire temporary city of housing barracks, industrial bakeries, and supply centers flourished beside the plateau to accommodate and nourish the workers. Archaeologists would later discover the preserved remains of these worker quarters, complete with specialized medical facilities where broken bones were skillfully set and injuries treated. These men were not enslaved captives, but ordinary citizens performing a proud form of national service that brought deep honor to their families and guaranteed the pharaoh's divine protection over the realm. Master surveyors used precise tools crafted from wood and taut rope to ensure the base remained perfectly square and level. They aligned the 4 sides with the cardinal points of the compass by meticulously observing the night stars, particularly the constellation known as the Great Bear. Colossal ramps made of packed earth, clay, and rubble rose steadily alongside the pyramid as it grew higher into the sky. Teams of workers hauled the blocks up these ramps on sturdy wooden sledges, pouring water onto the sand ahead of them to dramatically reduce friction. As each horizontal level was completed, the ramps were raised and extended for the next course. At the absolute summit, a majestic capstone carved of polished granite was set into place, after which the fine casing stones were laid from the top down as the earth ramps were systematically dismantled. The entire colossal endeavor took approximately 23 years to complete, matching the total length of Khufu's reign almost perfectly. Royal scribes kept detailed daily tallies of every stone block delivered, every tool issued, and every ration distributed, meticulous records that would help future pharaohs manage similar monumental efforts. Khufu's Great Pyramid was designed as the centerpiece of a much larger, interconnected complex. A formal mortuary temple stood directly against its eastern face, where priests performed daily rituals and made offerings to the deceased king. A long, covered causeway carved of stone led down to a grand valley temple near the riverbank, where the pharaoh's body was ceremonially received after crossing the Nile. Smaller, elegant pyramids built for his queens and neat rows of mastaba tombs for high officials surrounded the main monument, creating a thriving city for the dead. One of Khufu's most trusted officials, a brilliant man named Hamiunu, likely served as the master architect who directed much of the overall engineering and planning. His own grand tomb near the pyramid contained lifelike statues and detailed inscriptions praising his pivotal role in realizing the king's grand architectural vision. The massive scale of the construction demonstrated the pharaoh's incredible authority to command resources from every single province without weakening the national economy. Following Khufu's death, his son Kharfur ascended the throne and chose a site situated just south of his father's monument for his own royal tomb. Kharfur's pyramid was engineered slightly smaller than the Great Pyramid, yet it was built on higher bedrock, giving it the optical illusion of standing even taller. Its smooth casing stones were preserved near the apex, offering modern visitors a rare glimpse of how the Great Pyramid originally looked in antiquity. At the base of Kharfur's complex stood the world-famous Great Sphinx, carved directly out of a massive natural outcrop of limestone left behind after quarrying. This colossal monument combined the powerful body of a crouching lion with the regal head of the pharaoh wearing the royal Nemes headdress. It stood as the eternal guardian of the pyramid approach, symbolizing the supreme physical strength and divine wisdom of the king. The Sphinx measured an incredible 240 feet long and 66 feet high, making it by far the largest single sculpture in the kingdom at that time. Artisans meticulously shaped the monumental stone using copper chisels and heavy stone pounders, before smoothing the surface and painting it in vivid colors that have since faded with time. Kharfur's reign successfully maintained the exact same efficient administrative systems that had supported his father's legendary projects. The same dedicated work teams returned to the plateau year after year, now highly experienced, disciplined, and efficient. The Royal Industrial Workshops produced an abundance of copper tools and sledges, while supply lines from distant stone quarries operated smoothly. International trade continued to bring in prized cedar timber from Lebanon for sacred boats and fragrant incense for daily temple rituals. The central court at Memphis remained the beating heart of political power, with royal inspectors traveling regularly to audit provincial affairs. Kharfur's expansive pyramid complex featured an even grander valley temple built from colossal blocks of red granite transported hundreds of miles downriver from Aswan. These massive granite blocks were cut with such astonishing precision that they fit together seamlessly without the use of mortar. The third major pyramid constructed on the Gezer Plateau belonged to Menkaure, the son of Kharfur. His monument was noticeably smaller, standing 228 feet high, yet it incorporated ultra-high quality red granite for its lower 16 courses, giving it a striking and unique visual appearance. Menkaur's reign was shorter, and construction on his pyramid complex appears to have been rushed near its conclusion. Even so, the complex strictly followed the established layout of a mortuary temple, an inclined causeway, and a grand valley temple near the water. Smaller secondary pyramids built for his queens completed the grand architectural ensemble. Together, these three incredible structures at Giza created a striking silhouette visible for dozens of miles across the desert and the Green Valley. They represented the absolute peak of the Old Kingdom's wealth, organization, and political authority. It was an era when central power could peacefully mobilize tens of thousands of citizens for grand national projects that served to honor the king and secure his divine place among the gods. The vast organization behind these pyramids relied entirely on a highly sophisticated bureaucracy. Viziers, serving as chief ministers, coordinated government departments that managed national grain storage, labor recruitment, and tool production. Local governors in each province selected capable workers and gathered necessary food supplies, shipping them north by boat during the annual flood season. At Giza itself, experienced oversights assigned daily tasks according to individual skill level. Master stonecutters quarried the limestone, skilled masons dressed the blocks to exact dimensions, and teams of haulers moved them into position. Industrial cooks worked around the clock in massive bakeries that produced tens of thousands of fresh loaves of bread every single day. The entire system operated with such remarkable efficiency that historical records from the later 5th dynasty frequently referenced these Giza projects as the golden benchmark of engineering. Daily life at the construction site followed a disciplined, steady routine. Workers rose long before dawn, ate a simple breakfast, and labored continuously until midday when the desert sun grew too intense. They rested peacefully in the shaded shelter of the massive ramps, then resumed their heavy labor until late afternoon. Cool evenings brought lively storytelling, music, and meals around open campfires. Many workers playfully carved short inscriptions and team graffiti directly onto the stone blocks they moved, including phrases like "this side of Fakufu," or the proud name of their specific labor crew. These casual inscriptions offer a wonderful, intimate glimpse into the human side of this monumental ancient effort. Families sometimes accompanied the workers, living comfortably in the thriving residential community beside the plateau. Children played safety among the lower ramp courses while their parents worked, and the presence of bakeries, breweries, and fully equipped medical facilities reveals a permanent, flourishing city rather than a harsh temporary camp. The Giza pyramids also reflected an evolving spiritual landscape within Egyptian culture. The pharaohs of the 4th dynasty placed an increasingly heavy emphasis on the supreme sun god, Ra. The angular pyramid shape itself was designed to represent the golden rays of the sun slanting dramatically down to earth, as well as the sacred primordial mound of creation. Each king constructed a dedicated temple to Ra near his pyramid, where priests performed elaborate daily rituals to ensure the ruler's soul would join the sun god on his eternal journey across the sky. This growing devotion to solar worship would deepen in subsequent dynasties, heavily influencing the future of Egyptian temple architecture. By the time Menkaur's pyramid was finished, the Old Kingdom had reached the absolute zenith of its centralized power. Memphis thrived as a bustling, magnificent metropolis filled with royal palaces, artisan workshops, and busy international harbors. The royal family and high officials lived in comfortable, multi-room estates featuring shaded courtyard gardens and refreshing swimming pools. Master artisans produced exquisitely carved stone statues, detailed wall reliefs, and fine gold jewelry to furnish the royal tombs. The vast agricultural surplus easily sustained all of this remarkable culture without putting strain on the population. Yet, the unprecedented scale of the Giza projects had required every branch of the national administration to operate at absolute maximum capacity for generations. Future pharaohs would find it increasingly difficult to sustain this monumental level of expenditure, and subtle signs of economic shift were already appearing on the horizon. Still, the three great pyramids stood as immortal, silent witnesses to the absolute height of royal authority. Their astronomical alignment and mathematical proportions demonstrated a deep, sophisticated understanding of geometry and celestial movement. Later visitors, even during ancient times thousands of years ago, marveled at the astounding precision of the joints between the casing stones, fitted together so tightly that a thin knife blade could not be inserted between them. These monuments fulfilled their sacred purpose for centuries, protecting the pharaohs' tombs and serving as the focal point for ongoing national devotion. Although the outer white limestone casings were eventually removed in later medieval eras to build other cities, the massive core structures endured completely intact. They stood to remind every future generation of the glorious era when a single land under one wise ruler could achieve what seemed humanly impossible. The monumental achievements at Giza also extended Egyptian cultural influence far beyond its physical borders. Tales of these architectural wonders reached international merchants throughout the Mediterranean world and deep into Nubia. Skilled foreign craftsmen traveled to the Nile Valley to study Egyptian engineering techniques, while trade expeditions continued to import exotic luxury goods to the capital. Domestically, the shared experience of building the pyramids forged a powerful sense of national unity and pride. Farmers who had labored on the Giza Plateau returned to their home villages with valuable technical skills and inspiring stories that deepened national loyalty to the pharaoh. The entire kingdom shared in the profound benefits of stability, security, and agricultural abundance. As the Fourth Dynasty gradually drew to a close, the engineering lessons learned at Giza directly shaped the smaller, more refined pyramids built by subsequent rulers. The complex techniques of quarrying, transporting, and assembling giant stones had now become standardized knowledge throughout the realm. Yet, the incredible scale of Khufu, Khafre, and Menkaur's monuments captured a unique, unrepeatable moment in human history. Never again would the Old Kingdom concentrate such a massive proportion of its national population and wealth on a single group of structures. The high plateau at Gezer had become the ultimate visual symbol of Egypt's golden age, a sacred place where the natural gifts of the Nile, human ingenuity, and royal vision were immortalized in stone that touched the sky. The coming transition to the Fifth Dynasty would bring new political and religious priorities, with pharaohs placing greater emphasis on dedicated sun temples and somewhat smaller royal tombs. Yet, the inspiring memory of the Giza pyramids remained deeply burned into the hearts and minds of every scribe, architect, and citizen. They stood as eternal proof that when the two lands worked together in harmony under a strong leader, they could construct wonders that would outlast time itself. The absolute peak of the Old Kingdom had been achieved, and its brilliant light would continue to guide the nation for centuries to come. With the Great Pyramids standing as permanent monuments to royal authority and the transition to the Fifth Dynasty well underway, the daily existence of ordinary people across Egypt reflected the deep prosperity that had accumulated over generations. The Old Kingdom had reached a mature era where advanced irrigation networks, efficient tax systems, and disciplined labor management allowed the vast majority of families to live without the constant fear of famine. The Nile continued to deliver its life-giving flood with remarkable annual consistency, depositing rich black silt that yielded bumper harvests year after year. This reliable agricultural cycle dictated every aspect of daily life, shaping work routines, seasonal festivals, and family schedules. It created a harmonious society where social roles were clearly defined, and every individual contributed to the supreme universal order preserved by the pharaoh in Memphis. At the apex of this society resided the pharaoh and his royal family within the vast palace complex at Memphis. The pharaoh awoke before dawn each day to perform sacred rituals in the private palace temple, offering pure incense and prayers to ensure the sun would rise and the Nile would flow as destined. He held formal audiences with key ministers in cool, shaded courtyards decorated with clear pools and active fountains, while royal attendants waved large fans crafted from ostrich feathers. His daily meals featured roasted waterfowl, prime cuts of beef, hot bread baked from finely milled emmer wheat, and sweet fruits like dates, grapes, and figs gathered from palace orchards. Clothing worn by the royal family was crafted from the finest, snow-white woven linen produced on specialized royal estates. The pharaoh typically wore a finely pleated linen kilt paired with a broad collar made of gold, turquoise, and carnelian, while royal women wore elegant, form-fitting linen sheath dresses that fell gracefully to the ankles. Personal attendants catered to every daily comfort, from applying scented oils and body ointments to preparing the luxurious royal river barge for journeys along the Nile. Royal children received an elite education in reading, writing, mathematics, and statecraft from the kingdom's most respected scribes, preparing them to assume key leadership roles in the administration. Directly supporting the throne was a dedicated class of high officials, regional governors, and scribes who managed the state from administrative offices in Memphis and provincial centers. These wealthy families resided in spacious, multi-room mud brick villas featuring private courtyard gardens, shaded porticos, and large storage granaries. Their daily duties included analyzing detailed agricultural yield reports, approving national trade and quarrying expeditions, and resolving regional legal disputes. Scribes spent their working days sitting cross-legged on woven mats with papyrus scrolls spread across their laps, writing fluidly with reed brushes dipped in black and red ink. They wore practical, knee-length linen kilts secured with simple belts and durable papyrus sandals for navigating the bustling city streets. Their diet was rich, nutritious, and varied, featuring thick loaves of whole grain bread, rich barley beer brewed in clay vessels, and hearty stews filled with fresh vegetables like leeks, garlic, and lentils. Cucumbers, and lentils, and grilled fish caught fresh from the Nile. Families in this class valued education highly, teaching sons the art of writing so they could follow in their father's footsteps. Evenings often brought visits from colleagues where conversations turned to matters of administration while children played nearby with wooden toys or small balls. Craftsmen and artisans formed an important middle layer clustered in workshops near the palace or temple complexes. Stone carvers, potters, jewelers, and carpenters produced the tools, vessels, and ornaments used throughout the kingdom. They worked in groups under the supervision of overseers, shaping limestone blocks with copper chisels or turning clay on simple wheels to create storage jars. These workers lived in compact villages of mud brick houses clustered around the workshops. Each home consisting of 2 or 3 rooms, opening onto a shared courtyard where families cooked and socialized. Men typically dressed in short linen loincloths or kilts for ease of movement during labor, while women wore straight linen tunics that reached the calves, sometimes adding a short cape for cooler evenings. Their meals centered on the staples of bread and beer, supplemented by onions and garlic eaten raw or cooked, fresh fish or occasionally wild fowl, and whatever fruits or honey could be obtained at local markets. Habits among artisans included passing skills directly to sons through long apprenticeships with breaks taken at midday to rest in the shade and share simple meals. Many took quiet pride in their output, occasionally inscribing a personal mark on a finished piece before it left the workshop. The great majority of the population consisted of farmers and general laborers who lived in small villages strung along the river banks. Their homes were modest 1 or 2 room structures of sundered mud brick with flat roofs that served as extra living space in the evening. During the flood months, when fields lay underwater, many men left for temporary work on royal building projects or canal maintenance, returning with extra grain rations that supplemented their own stores. Back in the villages, the routine centered on the agricultural calendar. After the waters receded, men guided wooden plows pulled by oxen through the moist soil, while women and children scattered seed by hand. Harvest time brought the whole community together, cutting stalks with flint or copper sickles, threshing grain by driving animals over it and winnowing the chaff in the breeze. Clothing here was the simplest and most practical. Men wore short kilts or wrapped loin-cloths of coarser linen, and women dressed in basic sleeveless tunics or long dresses of the same fabric, often dyed in soft earth tones from plant extracts. Food remained straightforward and plentiful in good years: round loaves of emmer bread baked in clay ovens, home-brewed barley beer, large quantities of onions and garlic, cucumbers, radishes, and whatever fish could be netted from irrigation ditches or the river itself. Meat from cattle or goats appeared only during festivals or after a successful hunt. Families rose with the sun, worked until the heat peaked, then rested and resumed in the late afternoon. Children helped with lighter tasks such as herding goats or carrying water jars, learning the rhythms of the land from their parents. Social habits across all classes emphasized family bonds and community cooperation. Marriages were usually arranged between families of similar standing, with the couple setting up household in the groom's village or near his workplace. Women managed the home, prepared food, wove linen on small looms, and raised children, sometimes assisting in temples or markets if their skills allowed. Men gathered in the evenings to discuss the day's events or plan the next planting, while music from simple flutes or drums accompanied storytelling about past kings or the gods who watched over the river. Religious observance was woven into daily life rather than set apart. Small household shrines held offerings of bread and beer, and people wore amulets of fire ants or stone for protection. Festivals marking the flood or the harvest brought villages together for shared meals and processions, reinforcing the sense of belonging to a larger kingdom under the pharaoh's care. This layered society functioned smoothly because each group understood its place and the benefits it received. Farmers knew their labor fed the court and funded the temples, while officials recognized that fair tax collection kept the village's content. Artisans supplied the tools that made farming and building possible, and the pharaoh's rituals were believed to guarantee the Nile's generosity. Housing everywhere used the abundant Nile mud baked into bricks under the sun, providing cool interiors even in the hottest months. Furniture was minimal: low stools, reed mats for sleeping, and wooden chests for clothing and valuables. Bathing occurred in the river or with water carried from it, and personal cleanliness was valued with oils and perfumes made from local plants used by all who could afford them. As the Old Kingdom continued through the 5th and 6th dynasties, these patterns of daily life held steady even as royal projects became somewhat smaller and more temples to the sun god appeared. Scribes still recorded every bushel of grain and every head of cattle. Artisans refined their techniques, producing finer jewelry and more delicate pottery for elite tombs. Farmers experimented with better ways to channel water into distant fields, increasing the amount of land under cultivation. The population grew slowly, supported by the reliable food supply, and villages expanded along the river without straining resources. Children born in this era grew up hearing stories of the Great Pyramids built by their grandparents' generation, absorbing the idea that coordinated effort under a strong ruler brought lasting good to the land. The habits of the time also included a quiet respect for tradition. Elders advised on planting dates or festival preparations, and young people learned by watching and helping. Trade within the kingdom moved goods from delta fisheries to valley granaries, with boats carrying jars of beer or bundles of linen up and down the Nile. Foreign contacts remained limited to expeditions for raw materials, so daily life stayed rooted in local resources and customs. The social classes rarely mixed beyond the necessities of work. Yet everyone shared the same dependence on the river and the same hope for a good flood each year. In the later years of the Old Kingdom, this prosperous way of living began to feel the first subtle pressures as longer reigns and larger families at court demanded more from the storehouses. Yet for most Egyptians, the daily round of planting, crafting, recording, and ruling continued without interruption. The linen they wore, the bread they ate, and the routines they followed had become the quiet foundation of a civilization that had already lasted for centuries. The era's stability allowed people to focus on their immediate tasks and trust that the systems in place would see them through another season. This grounded existence, far from the grand monuments, was what sustained the kingdom through its golden age and prepared it for the changes that lay ahead. Signs of strain and collapse. Seers. The later kings of the 6th dynasty continued the patterns established by their predecessors. One ruler stood out for the sheer length of his time on the throne. PP II came to power as a young boy, probably around 6 years old, and his reign stretched across more than 9 decades. He inherited a kingdom that still functioned under the same administrative framework that had served the earlier pyramid builders, with officials in Memphis collecting reports from the provinces and directing resources where they were needed most. In his early years, PP II followed tradition closely, sending expeditions south into Nubia to secure gold and other materials, and maintaining the flow of cedarwood from the Mediterranean coast for temple repairs and boat construction. Records from his reign show that the court continued to perform the regular ceremonies honoring the gods in the Nile, and the king issued decrees that confirmed the rights of local temples to their lands and offerings. Over time, however, the long duration of his rule began to create new pressures within the system. As PP II grew older, the daily decisions of government fell more heavily on his viziers and the growing number of provincial governors known as nomarchs. These governors had always managed local affairs, but now they started to build larger tombs in their own districts rather than near the royal cemeteries at Saqqara or Abydos. Their inscriptions praised their own achievements in managing irrigation works, collecting taxes, and keeping order in their nomes. Some nomarchs even began to pass their positions to their sons as a matter of course, creating small hereditary lines of power that operated with less direct oversight from Memphis. The capital remained important, yet the balance of influence slowly shifted outward. The economic foundation of the kingdom also faced challenges that the central administration struggled to address. The Nile floods, which had been so reliable for centuries, became less predictable in some years. Lower water levels meant smaller areas of land could be planted, and grain stores in the royal granaries ran lower than usual. Scribes in the provinces recorded periods of scarcity, and officials had to adjust tax collections to avoid leaving villages without enough seed for the next season. PP2 responded by ordering more careful surveys of the fields and by encouraging local governors to repair canals on their own initiative. These measures helped in the short term, but they also gave the nomarchs even greater practical authority over resources that had once been tightly controlled from the center. By the final decades of PP2's life, the royal court itself showed signs of reduced activity. Fewer major building projects were started in the area around Memphis, and the workshops that had once produced fine statues and reliefs for royal tombs worked on a smaller scale. The king continued to receive reports and to perform the necessary rituals, but the energy that had driven the great constructions of earlier dynasties was no longer as evident. When PP2 finally died at an advanced age, the succession passed to a series of shorter-lived rulers who belonged to the same family line. These kings of the late 6th dynasty and the brief 7th and 8th dynasties tried to maintain the old forms of government, issuing decrees and keeping the title of pharaoh. But their reigns lasted only a few years each. The smooth transfer of power that had marked earlier transitions became more difficult, and rival claims within the royal family added to the uncertainty. With the central authority in Memphis growing weaker, the nomarchs stepped into the gap more openly. Some governors in the north established a new center of power at a city called Heracleopolis, where they claimed the right to rule the entire delta and parts of the Middle Valley. At the same time, strong local leaders in the south, centered around the city of Thebes, began to assert their own independence. The country that had been united under one ruler for more than 1,000 years now found itself divided between two main power bases. The period that followed is known as the First Intermediate Period, and it lasted for roughly a century and a half. During this time, no single king controlled the whole length of the Nile from the First Cataract to the Mediterranean. The division brought changes in how resources moved and how decisions were made. In the northern region under Heracleopolis, the rulers focused on keeping control of the fertile delta lands and the trade routes that connected to the Mediterranean. They repaired local irrigation systems and tried to maintain order among the nomes closest to them. In the south, the Theban leaders concentrated on securing the Narrower Valley and the routes leading into Nubia. Both sides raised small armies from their local supporters and occasionally clashed along the border zones. Yet large-scale warfare was limited. Most of the fighting took the form of raids rather than sustained campaigns, and the ordinary farmers in the villages continued their seasonal work much as before, though they now paid taxes to whichever authority claimed their district. The weakening of the old central government also affected the way officials recorded events. Scribes in different regions began to use slightly different styles of writing and dating, reflecting the lack of a single royal standard. Some inscriptions from this time mention periods of low floods and resulting shortages of grain, which led to localized hardship. Yet the basic skills of farming, crafting, and administration did not disappear. Temples in both the north and the south kept their priesthoods active, performing the daily offerings that had always been part of life along the river. The nomarchs, who now held real power, often described themselves as protectors of their people, building tombs that showed them overseeing the distribution of food during difficult years. The split between North and South created a situation in which new families rose to prominence. In Heracleopolis, the rulers of what historians later called the 9th and 10th dynasties worked to stabilize their territory and even attempted to expand southward when conditions allowed. In Thebes, the governors of the 11th dynasty gradually strengthened their position, improving irrigation in their area and forming alliances with neighboring nomes. These two centers operated independently for decades, each claiming to be the legitimate continuation of the Old Kingdom. The idea of a single ruler over the two lands remained alive in the minds of scribes and priests. Yet, the practical reality was one of regional control. Throughout this period of divided rule, the Nile itself continued to shape the possibilities and limits of daily existence. When the floods were adequate, villages produced enough to support their local governors and to trade small surpluses with neighboring districts. When the waters stayed low, communities tightened their belts and relied on stored grain from better years. The nomarchs who managed these local affairs gained experience in handling crisis without waiting for instructions from a distant capital. This practical independence helped keep the country functioning even if the grand projects of the Old Kingdom were no longer attempted. Small temples received repairs, and local craftsmen continued to produce pottery and tools suited to everyday needs. The first intermediate period is sometimes remembered as a time of confusion. Yet, it also allowed for adjustments that would later prove useful. The experience of governing smaller territories taught administrators how to respond quickly to local conditions. Families that had served the old court found new roles under the regional powers. The division, though it weakened the idea of national unity for a time, did not erase the shared language, religion, or agricultural knowledge that had bound the land together for so many centuries. People still looked to the river as the source of life, and the gods of the old pantheon remained part of daily rituals in every nome. As the decades passed, the two main centers of power began to eye each other more closely. The rulers in Thebes started to push northward, seeking to bring more nomes under their influence through diplomacy and occasional military pressure. The Heracleopolitan kings responded by reinforcing their southern borders. These movements set the stage for a new effort at reunification, but that lay in the future. For now, the country existed in a state of regional autonomy, with Memphis no longer the undisputed heart of government. The long reign of PP2 had marked the end of an era in which one court could direct every aspect of life along the Nile. The systems he left behind had been stretched by time and circumstance, allowing new centers of authority to emerge. The transition from the Old Kingdom to this intermediate phase happened gradually, without a single dramatic break. PP2's advanced age and the short reigns that followed simply allowed existing tendencies toward local control to become more pronounced. The nomarchs, who had always been part of the administrative structure, now exercised greater freedom because the central voice in Memphis had grown quieter. The result was a land that was still recognizably Egyptian in its customs and beliefs, yet governed in pieces rather than as a whole. This arrangement would persist until stronger leadership in the south found a way to restore the unity that Narmer had first achieved more than 1,000 years earlier. The quiet shifts that occurred during PP2's later years and the decades after his death remind us that even the most enduring kingdoms face moments when their central institutions need time to adapt. The river kept flowing. The fields kept producing according to its rhythm, and the people kept working the land under whatever authority claimed their loyalty at the moment. The first intermediate period, for all its division, preserved the core elements of Egyptian civilization and prepared the way for the next chapter of reunification. The stage was now set for leaders from Thebes to begin the work of bringing the two lands together once more. Reunification under Mentuhotep. The leaders in Thebes, who had gradually extended their influence during the later years of division, belonged to a family that historians would later label the 11th dynasty. The first notable figure among them was a governor named Intef, who strengthened control over several southern nomes and began to style himself as a king with authority reaching beyond his local district. His successors, also named Intef, continued this process by securing the routes into Nubia and improving the irrigation channels that fed the fields around Thebes. These rulers operated from a palace complex built on the east bank of the Nile, where they directed local officials to collect taxes and maintain order in the areas under their sway. The focus remained on practical matters such as ensuring steady water flow and protecting trade caravans moving south, which brought gold and other resources that helped build their strength. One member of this line, Mentuhotep II, whose full royal name was Nebhepeter Mentuhotep, took the throne after his father's short reign and immediately set about expanding the territory that Thebes controlled. He had spent his early years observing how the northern rulers at Heracleopolis managed their delta lands, and how their influence sometimes reached into the Middle Valley. Mentuhotep II understood that lasting stability would require more than local dominance, and he began by appointing trusted men from the Ban families to key positions as governors in the nomes closest to his base. These appointments helped create a network of loyal administrators who could report directly to the court and coordinate efforts across a wider region. He also encouraged the repair of neglected canals and the planting of additional fields to increase the grain surplus available for supporting larger groups of workers and soldiers. After several years of careful preparation, Mentuhotep II turned his attention northward in a series of measured campaigns. His forces moved along the river in boats and overland paths, securing one nome after another through a combination of negotiation and, when necessary, direct confrontation with local supporters of the Heracleopolitan kings. The fighting was never on the scale of later empire-building wars, but it involved disciplined groups of spearmen and archers who relied on the logistical support of supply boats carrying grain and weapons. By the 14th year of his reign, the southern and middle parts of the valley were firmly under the Ban control. Mentuhotep II then pressed on toward the delta, where the Heracleopolitan rulers had their main center. The decisive engagements took place near the border zones between the two regions, where the band troops outmaneuvered the northern defenders. They successfully gained control of pivotal crossing points along the Nile. With the subsequent fall of Heracleopolis itself, the last organized resistance in the north collapsed entirely. Consequently, Mentuhotep II could claim rule over the entire length of the two lands for the first time in more than a century. Once this reunification was solidly achieved, Mentuhotep II worked diligently to restore the administrative systems that had flourished in earlier centuries. He re-established Memphis as an important secondary center for government business. Officials were dispatched there to oversee the collection of taxes from the Delta nomes and to coordinate the distribution of resources across the whole country. Scribes once again employed a standardized system of dating based on the king's regnal years. Reports from every distinct district flowed back to the court in Thebes, where final decisions on major projects and high appointments were made. The king confirmed the traditional rites of temples throughout the land regarding their lands and offerings. This crucial act helped rebuild confidence among the priesthoods and local communities. He also appointed a new vizier from a trusted Theban family to serve as the chief administrator. This ensured that the central authority could respond quickly to any local shortages or legal disputes. Mentuhotep II's approach to governance emphasized a careful balance between the needs of the provinces and the requirements of the unified state. Governors who had displayed loyalty during the campaigns were permitted to retain their positions. However, they now reported through a clearer chain of command that linked them directly to the royal court. This arrangement effectively reduced the independence that nomarchs had enjoyed during the period of division. Yet, it still drew upon their vast experience in managing local irrigation and tax collection. The king traveled periodically through the nomes to inspect the work firsthand. He met with local officials and personally observed the condition of the fields. These royal tours helped reinforce the vital idea that the ruler stood at the very center of the land's well-being, just as the earlier kings had done. But now, with Thebes serving as the primary seat of power, the return of unity also opened opportunities for larger building projects. Such grand endeavors had not been feasible during the divided years. Mentuhotep II directed the construction of a unique mortuary temple on the west bank of the Nile at Deir el-Barari. This site was specifically chosen for its natural bay in the towering cliffs overlooking the river valley. Workers quarried limestone from nearby sources and shaped it into a series of grand terraces that rose in steps toward the cliff face. The innovative design included colonnaded courts and ramps that allowed solemn processions to move upward. Spaces were set aside for daily offerings destined to sustain the king's spirit forever. The temple complex also housed sacred shrines dedicated to the gods Amun and Montu, who had become particularly important in Thebes. This massive project employed craftsmen and laborists drawn from across the reunified kingdom. This utilized the organizational skills that had been preserved in the provinces and gave the people a shared sense of participation in a national effort once more. With the country at peace internally, Mentuhotep II turned some attention to securing the borders. Expeditions moved south into Nubia to secure the vital trade routes for gold and stone. Others traveled to the eastern desert to reopen ancient mines that had fallen out of use. The precious goods that arrived back in Thebes and Memphis supported the busy workshops. These workshops produced tools, pottery, and decorative items for temples and elite households. Trade contacts with the Mediterranean coast resumed on a steadier basis. This brought in prized cedar wood, which was used for boat construction and grand temple doors. These exchanges helped restore the flow of materials that had slowed to a trickle during the years of division. Furthermore, the surplus grain stored in royal facilities allowed the court to support a growing number of specialists in administration and craftsmanship. The reunification also directly influenced the way people in the villages experienced their daily life. Farmers in both the north and south now paid their taxes to a single, central authority. The standardized collection methods reduced some of the uncertainties they had faced when hostile borders shifted. Irrigation projects that had been started under local governors were now linked into larger networks coordinated from the center. This improved water distribution, especially in years of lower floods. Communities along the river began to see more boats carrying officials and vital supplies. The presence of these travelers reminded them constantly that the land operated as one kingdom again. The king's name appeared clearly on steles set up in provincial temples. This marked the definitive return of royal oversight that had been absent for generations. Mentuhotep II ruled for more than 50 years after achieving unity, giving the new order ample time to take deep root. In his later reign, he focused on maintaining the systems he had successfully established. He appointed successors to key offices from families that had proven reliable during the unification campaigns. He also encouraged the development of literature and record-keeping. Scribes produced detailed accounts of the reunification that were copied and preserved in temple libraries. These writings emphasized the king's pivotal role in restoring order and protecting the land from instability. The court at Thebes grew more formal, with rituals performed according to traditions that combined elements from both northern and southern practices. By the time Mentuhotep II's long reign drew to a close, the Middle Kingdom had begun in earnest. His successes in the 11th dynasty continued the work of consolidation. Although none of his immediate successors matched the length of his rule or the scale of his building at Deir el-Bahari. The transition to the 12th dynasty occurred smoothly when a new family took the throne. They built directly on the strong foundations Mentuhotep II had laid. The reunified kingdom now possessed stronger borders, more reliable administration, and a renewed sense of shared purpose. Temples across the land received regular support, and the workshops in Memphis and Thebes resumed producing finer goods. The efforts of Mentuhotep II had clearly demonstrated that the two lands could function best when guided by a single center of authority that respected regional traditions. His success in ending the division set the definitive pattern for the Middle Kingdom. This was a time when kings would focus on practical improvements, such as expanded irrigation, fortified borders, and steady trade. The temple at Deir el-Barari stood as a visible, magnificent reminder of this achievement. Its terraces blended with the cliffs, serving as a place where future rulers would come to honor the gods and the memory of the king who brought unity back to the Nile. The land that had once been split between rival centers now moved forward together. The river once again linked every part of the kingdom in a common rhythm of flood and harvest under a restored central government. Mentuhotep II's long rule also allowed time for the development of new artistic styles that reflected the reunified state. Sculptors created statues showing the king in both traditional poses and with more individualized features that captured his role as a restorer. These works were placed in temples and tombs throughout the country, helping to spread a consistent royal image. Officials who had served during the campaigns received rewards of land and titles. This encouraged loyalty and ensured that the administrative class remained invested in the success of the new order. The period after reunification saw a gradual increase in population and agricultural output. The restored stability allowed farmers to plan over longer seasons without fear of sudden changes in authority. As the 11th dynasty concluded, the lessons of Mentuhotep II's time shaped the expectations for future kings. The Middle Kingdom would build on his achievements by creating a more balanced system of governance. This system combined strong central direction with capable local administration. The return of unity had not erased the experiences of the divided years. Instead, it had incorporated the practical knowledge gained during that time into a stronger framework. The Nile continued to provide the essential foundation for life. Yet now, the entire length of the river operated under one ruler who could direct resources where they were needed most. Mentuhotep II had shown that deep division could be overcome through steady preparation and decisive action. And his reign marked the beginning of an era in which Egypt would once again project confidence, both inside its borders and beyond them. The reunification under Mentuhotep II therefore represented a major turning point. It carried the country into the Middle Kingdom with renewed institutional strength. The court, the provinces, and the people along the river all benefited from the restored order. This set the stage for further developments in irrigation, trade, and royal building that would define the centuries ahead. The king's work at Deir el-Barari and his administrative reforms provided a model that his successors would follow and expand. This ensured that the unity achieved after so many years of separation would endure. The successors of Mentuhotep II in the 11th dynasty maintained the unity he had restored. However, their reigns were shorter and focused mainly on consolidating control within the existing borders. The last ruler of that line, Mentuhotep IV, left few major monuments. The transition to a new family occurred smoothly when a vizier named Amenemhat rose to the throne as Amenemhat I. He came from a Theban background, but recognized the practical advantages of a more central location for governing. Early in his reign, he established a new capital city called Itj-Tarvi. The name means a Caesar of the two lands, is situated near the entrance to the Fairm Oasis, and not far from the old center at Memphis. This move allowed officials to oversee both the Southern Valley and the Northern Delta with greater efficiency. The court settled into this new palace complex, complete with its administrative buildings and storehouses. Amenemhat I introduced a crucial system of co-regency to ensure smoother successions. This was designed to reduce the risk of instability upon a king's death. He named his son, Senusret, as co-ruler during his own lifetime. This allowed the younger king to gain vital experience in managing expeditions and provincial affairs, while the father continued to handle major policy decisions. This arrangement became a standard practice for the 12th dynasty and helped the kingdom avoid disruptions. Under their joint direction, the administration reviewed land holdings across the nomes and adjusted tax assessments. These adjustments reflected current agricultural output rather than outdated figures. Scribes conducted fresh surveys of fields and canals, providing more accurate records for planning future projects. One of the most significant developments during the early 12th dynasty was the large-scale improvement of irrigation in the Fairm region. The Fairm was a natural depression west of the Nile that filled with water during the annual flood, creating a large lake. Amenemhat I and his successors directed workers to build canals that connected this depression more directly to the river. This allowed for controlled flooding and drainage throughout the year. Teams of laborists cleared old channels, constructed earthen dikes, and dug new feeder canals. This vital work brought water to thousands of additional acres. The reclaimed land was then planted with emmer wheat, barley, and flax. This produced a steady surplus that could be stored in royal granaries or distributed during years of lower floods elsewhere. This project not only increased the total food supply, but also demonstrated the central government's ability to coordinate large public works once more. Senusret I, who ruled first as co-regent and then alone for over 40 years, continued his father's policies. He simultaneously focused on expanding trade and the military presence beyond the borders. He sent expeditions south into Nubia to secure the gold mines and the routes that brought ivory and ebony from farther south. At the same time, he strengthened ties with the coastal regions to the northeast. There, Egyptian merchants exchanged grain and linen for timber and copper. Within the country, he supported temple building at important sites such as Karnak and Heliopolis. He ensured that the priesthoods received regular offerings and that the gods continued to be honored. The court at Itj-Tarvi grew more organized, with departments handling everything from the collection of taxes to the distribution of tools. The next rulers, Amenemhat II and Senusret II, maintained this stability and focused on further agricultural improvements. Senusret II in particular expanded the Fairm irrigation network significantly. He added more dikes and sluice gates that allowed farmers to regulate water levels with greater precision. Villages in the region prospered, and new settlements appeared on the newly productive land. Officials from the capital traveled regularly to inspect these works and to record the yields. This data helped the government plan for national needs effectively. Trade continued to flourish, with records showing increased imports of cedar logs. These were essential for constructing larger boats capable of carrying heavier loads along the Nile. The reign of Senusret III marked a definitive high point of strength and organization within the Middle Kingdom. He came to the throne after a period of steady growth and immediately turned his attention to securing the southern frontier. Nubia had long been a source of valuable resources, but local groups sometimes disrupted the trade routes. Senusret III led several decisive campaigns deep into the region, reaching as far as the Second Cataract of the Nile. Rather than relying on temporary raids, he ordered the construction of a series of permanent fortresses along the river. These strongholds, built with thick mud brick walls and watchtowers, housed garrisons of soldiers. These troops patrolled the area and protected trading parties moving between the two lands. The forts included storage facilities for grain and weapons, as well as living quarters. Their strategic placement allowed the Egyptians to control the flow of goods and respond quickly to threats. Senusret III also carried out important administrative reforms that deliberately reduced the power of the provincial nomarchs. Many of these local governors had grown influential during the earlier years of the Middle Kingdom. Some had begun operating with considerable independence. The king reorganized the country into three main administrative regions: north, south, and the area around the capital. He appointed royal officials to oversee each one, bypassing the traditional nomarch structure for high-level governance. These new administrators reported directly to the vizier in Itj Tarvi, creating a clearer chain of command. The nomarchs retained their local responsibilities for irrigation and tax collection but lost the ability to maintain private armies. They were also prevented from automatically passing their positions to their sons. Inscriptions from this time show that many former nomarchs accepted these changes and continued to serve the crown. While the central government gained tighter control, they also worked to improve communication and transport. Senusret III ordered the difficult clearing of a canal around the First Cataract at Aswan. Here, rocky outcrops had long hindered boat traffic between Egypt and Nubia. Work crews removed massive boulders and widened the channel. This allowed larger vessels to pass more easily, particularly during the flood season. This engineering project shortened travel times for both military and commercial traffic. It allowed heavier loads of gold and stone to reach the busy workshops in the north. The king also maintained a strong military presence in the eastern delta. He built defensive structures there to guard against incursions from nomadic groups in the Sinai region. These measures helped keep the borders stable and permitted the interior of the country to focus on peaceful development. Under Senusret III's direction, the court sponsored building projects that reflected the renewed confidence of the state. Temples at Karnak and other sites received additions in the form of new gateways and colonnades. Royal statues depicted the king in a more realistic style that clearly showed the heavy burdens of rule on his face. Artisans in the workshops produced finer jewelry and household items for elite families. The increased grain supply supported a larger population of scribes and craftsmen. Expeditions continued to bring back exotic materials, including turquoise from the Sinai mines and incense from the Red Sea coast. The later years of Senusret III's reign saw the continuation of co-regency when he named his son, Amenemhat III, as co-ruler. This ensured that the policies of border security and internal organization carried forward without interruption. Amenemhat III oversaw further massive expansions in the Pharaohs, completing additional canals and reservoirs. These works turned the oasis into one of the most productive areas in the entire kingdom. He also encouraged mining operations in the Eastern Desert, where new shafts yielded copper and semi-precious stones. Trade with the Levant and the Aegean increased, as evidenced by finds of Egyptian goods in those regions. Foreign objects also began appearing more frequently in Egyptian tombs of this period. Throughout the 12th dynasty, the central government at Itj Tarvi kept detailed records of national life. Scribes tracked the precise height of the Nile flood each year, the amount of grain collected in taxes, and the number of workers assigned to public projects. This information allowed officials to anticipate shortages and move supplies from surplus areas to regions in need. The system proved resilient, even when occasional low floods occurred. The stored grain and the expanded farmland in the Pharaohs provided a necessary buffer against famine. Provincial towns along the Nile benefited from this stability. Local temples received regular support, and markets operated on a more predictable schedule. The Middle Kingdom under these rulers represented a time of balanced growth. It stood in contrast to the massive pyramid construction of earlier centuries. Resources were directed toward practical improvements that benefited the population as a whole. Better water management and secure trade routes were the priorities. The army remained professional, but was used mainly for defense and escort duties rather than large conquests. This approach allowed the kingdom to thrive internally while projecting strength at the borders. Families in the villages continued their seasonal routines with greater assurance. They trusted that the central authority would maintain order and provide assistance when needed. By the end of the 12th dynasty, the systems of administration, irrigation, and border defense had become firmly established. Amenemhat III's long reign concluded with the country in a prosperous condition. The transition to the next ruler followed the now familiar pattern of co-regency. The capital at Itj Tarvi remained the hub of government, and the fortresses in Nubia continued to function under Egyptian control. The experience gained during this period of stability and expansion would serve the kingdom well, even as new and different challenges appeared on the horizon. The Middle Kingdom had demonstrated that a unified land could achieve lasting progress through careful planning, setting a standard that later generations would look back upon with respect. The reigns of Senusret III and his immediate successors therefore stand as a clear example of restored central authority. They channeled the country's resources into projects that strengthened both its defenses and its agricultural base. The forts along the Nile, the expanded fields in the farm, and the streamlined bureaucracy all contributed to this golden era. The two lands operated with a profound sense of shared purpose and practical achievement. The river continued to provide the foundation, but now the government's improvements ensured that its gifts reached more people and supported a more secure kingdom. Foreign influence and the Hyksos. The 12th dynasty drew to a close with the long and effective rule of Amenemhat III. The central government at Itj Tarvi continued to function, but the line of strong kings began to fade. The 13th dynasty that followed consisted of a rapid succession of rulers. Many of these kings held the throne for only a few years. They did manage to maintain the traditional royal titles and the basic administrative framework of the state. Yet, their shortened reigns limited their capacity to launch major construction projects or respond decisively to emerging external pressures. They brought the horse and the light, two-wheeled chariot, which allowed for faster movement across the desert and the fields. Egyptian soldiers quickly learned to utilize these in their own forces, and the chariot became a standard part of military equipment. Bronze casting techniques improved as well, producing harder and sharper tools and weapons than the copper ones used in earlier eras. The Hyksos also introduced the vertical loom for weaving, which sped up textile production, and new styles of pottery that mixed Asian and Egyptian forms. These innovations spread gradually through the delta and eventually into the Nile Valley as trade continued between the two regions. While the Hyksos controlled the far north, a separate line of rulers continued to govern from Thebes in the south. These kings of the 17th dynasty acknowledged the Hyksos as overlords in name only. They paid occasional tribute while maintaining their own distinct administration over the southern nomes. They strengthened their hold on the vital routes into Nubia, securing gold and other resources that helped sustain their own court. The Theban rulers kept the old Egyptian traditions alive, repairing temples and performing the rituals that linked them to the gods Amun and Montu. Their palace on the east bank of the Nile remained a vibrant center of Egyptian culture. There, scribes copied important texts from earlier periods and artisans produced statues and reliefs in the familiar, classical style. Yet, the presence of a foreign dynasty in the north created an undercurrent of tension that grew with each passing generation. Relations between Avaris and Thebes were complicated. For much of this period, the two centers avoided open military conflict. Instead, they focused on their own territories and interests. Boats still moved up and down the Nile carrying grain, linen, and other goods. Merchants from both regions frequently met at border markets. The Hyksos kings sometimes sent messengers to Thebes with requests for cooperation on trade or shared irrigation projects. The Theban rulers responded in ways that preserved their own independence. Over time, however, the Theban kings began to view this division as unsustainable. They began to actively strengthen their military forces. They trained soldiers in the use of the new chariots and the bronze weapons that had come from the north. Local governors in the south recruited more men from the villages. Meanwhile, the court at Thebes started to stockpile weapons and supplies. The growing tensions were reflected in the way scribes recorded events. Inscriptions from the south began to describe the Hyksos rulers using terms that suggested they were illegitimate outsiders who had taken control of part of the land. At the same time, records from Avaris showed the Hyksos kings referring to themselves as legitimate pharaohs. They claimed to protect the delta and its people. Ordinary Egyptians living in the northern villages adapted to the new rulers. They paid taxes in grain and labor while continuing to farm the land and worship at their local temples. Families in the delta often intermarried with the newcomers, creating households that combined Egyptian and Levantine traditions. In the south, the people remained more closely tied to the Theban court. They looked to their native kings for leadership and protection. The Hyksos period also saw continued contacts with other regions beyond Egypt's borders. Traders from the Aegean and the Levant visited Avaris, bringing olive oil, wine, and decorative objects that appeared in tombs of the elite. The Hyksos court sent expeditions to the Sinai specifically for turquoise and copper. They maintained fortresses along the eastern border to guard against further large-scale migrations. In the south, the Theban kings kept a close watch on Nubia. In that region, local leaders sometimes challenged Egyptian control. These external links brought new ideas and goods into the country. This enriched the material culture even as the political split persisted. By the later years of the 17th dynasty, the Theban rulers had grown bolder. Kings such as Seqenenre-Dao and his successor Kamose began to prepare for direct confrontation. They repaired old forts along the river and trained their troops in coordinated maneuvers using chariots. Messages were sent to potential allies in Nubia and the oases to the west. They sought support against the northern power base. The Hyksos king, Apepi, who ruled from Avaris at this time, responded by trying to form his own alliances. He sent letters urging the Nubian leaders to attack the Thebans from the south. These diplomatic moves showed that both sides understood the strategic importance of the regions beyond the Nile Valley. The human impact of the divided rule was felt most directly in the border areas between north and south. Villages there sometimes changed hands as small skirmishes occurred. Farmers learned to store extra grain against the possibility of disrupted trade. Yet, daily life along most of the river continued in its familiar patterns. The flood cycle continued to dictate the rhythm of planting and harvest. Temples in both regions received offerings. Priests performed the daily rituals that maintained the connection to the gods. Max the division had lasted for roughly a century. This was long enough for a generation of Egyptians to grow up knowing only the split between Avaris and Thebes. The idea of a single ruler over the two lands remained a powerful memory. It was preserved in popular stories and temple inscriptions. This memory provided the core motivation for the Theban kings to actively seek reunification. As the open conflict approached, the Theban court became a center of intense planning and resolve. Scribes recorded the complex movements of troops and the preparation of supply boats. Artisans produced new weapons and chariots in workshops near the palace. The kings themselves appeared in public ceremonies that reminded the people of their role as protectors of the land. They were viewed as the restorers of order. The Hyksos, for their part, significantly strengthened the defenses around Avaris. They added walls and trained their own chariot forces for the coming battle. The stage was now set for a decisive series of campaigns. These would determine whether the foreign influence in the north would continue, or if the southern rulers could successfully drive it out and restore unity once more. The arrival and rule of the Hyksos represented a significant chapter. It was a time in which external elements entered Egyptian society and left lasting marks on technology and trade. Their time in the Delta introduced practical advances that the Egyptians adapted and then improved. While the political split created the conditions for a new effort at reunification, the tensions that built between Avaris and Thebes were not of constant warfare. Instead, they represented a slow accumulation of grievances and ambitions. This would soon lead to open conflict. The river still linked the entire land. Yet, now it also marked the physical boundary between two different centers of power. Each of these centers claimed legitimacy in its own way. This period of foreign influence and divided rule tested the resilience of traditional Egyptian institutions. It also prepared the way for the strong response that would follow from the south. The experiences of these decades showed how the kingdom could absorb new people and ideas without losing its core identity. Temples continued to function as they always had. Scribes kept detailed records. Farmers tended the fields under whichever authority currently claimed their loyalty. The Hyksos had become part of the Egyptian landscape, ruling in an Egyptian style while bringing fresh skills that enhanced the country's capabilities. Yet, the desire for complete unity, rooted in the traditions of earlier centuries, remained strong in the south. As the Theban kings gathered their forces, the long era of the Second Intermediate Period was approaching its end. The next phase would bring a renewed drive to expel the Hyksos. They would seek to establish a new dynasty that would lead Egypt into its most expansive era, starting with the Wars of Liberation. The tension between Thebes and Avaris had built steadily through the later years of the 17th dynasty. It fell to a resolute young king named Ahmose to turn that tension into decisive action. Armos came to the throne after the death of his brother Chamos, who had already begun probing attacks against Hyksos' positions in the Middle Valley. Armos was still only in his teens when he took full command. However, he had been prepared by years of training alongside experienced officers. His mother, Queen Ahertep, played an important supporting role during his early reign. She helped to keep order in the southern nomes while her son organized the great campaign in the north. From the palace at Thebes, Armos directed the gathering of troops from every loyal nome. He drew farmers, boatmen, and craftsmen who answered the call to serve the native crown. Supply boats were loaded with grain, dried fish, and weapons. The royal workshops produced additional bronze spearheads and arrow tips, utilizing the techniques that had entered the country during the Hyksos period. Armos began his advance by securing the area just north of Thebes. He focused on clearing any remaining pockets of northern resistance and ensuring that supply lines remained open. He then moved methodically northward along the Nile. His forces captured key towns and forts that the Hyksos had used to control movement on the river. Each captured position was placed under a trusted Egyptian commander. Local officials were confirmed in their roles if they swore loyalty to the Theban king. The campaign stretched over several years. The army frequently returned to Thebes during the height of the flood season to rest and resupply before pushing forward again. Armos used both powerful land forces and a fleet of boats that could transport troops quickly. This allowed him to deliver supplies directly to the front lines. The chariot units, now fully integrated into the Egyptian army, provided speed and mobility. This allowed the king to outmaneuver the Hyksos defenders. The decisive phase of the war centered on the siege of Avaris itself. Armos' forces surrounded the Hyksos capital. They cut off its vital access to the sea and blocked the main roads. The siege lasted for several grueling months. Egyptian troops made repeated assaults on the walls. Defenders inside used the new bronze weapons and chariots to hold their ground. Armos coordinated the overall effort from a forward camp. He received daily reports from his officers and adjusted tactics as the conditions changed. Eventually, the pressure became too great for the defenders. The Hyksos ruler, Kamudi, agreed to terms that allowed his people to leave the city and withdraw toward the northeast. The Egyptian army entered Avaris in an orderly manner. Armos immediately set about restoring traditional Egyptian administration in the Delta. He appointed capable officials from the Ban families to key positions. He also ordered the rapid repair of temples and canals that had suffered neglect during the years of divided rule. With the northern capital secured, Armos turned his attention to the borders. He led a campaign into southern Palestine to pursue any remaining Hyksos forces. This was done to prevent them from regrouping into a threat. Egyptian troops reached as far as the town of Sharuan. There, they captured the last significant Hyksos stronghold and successfully secured the eastern approaches to the delta. These swift actions ensured that the threat from the northeast would not quickly return. At the same time, Ahmose sent expeditions south into Nubia. These were to reassert control over the gold mines and trade routes that had grown less secure during the period of division. The Nubian campaigns were shorter but highly effective. They brought back rich resources that helped to rebuild the royal treasury. Once the fighting had ended, Ahmose focused on restoring the practical unity of the two lands. He traveled extensively through the country, visiting Memphis and other important centers. He wanted to personally confirm the loyalty of local governors. He also inspected the condition of the vital fields and irrigation works. He ordered a fresh survey of all nomes so that taxes could be collected fairly. Resources could then be directed where they were most urgently needed. The king also began repairing and enlarging the temples that had been neglected. He started with important religious sites at Karnak and Abydos. These massive building projects employed thousands of workers. They gave people across the newly unified country a strong sense of participation in the new order. Max Ahmose rewarded the soldiers and officials who had served faithfully during the wars with grants of land and positions at court. This helped create a loyal core of administrators for the coming years. The founding of the 18th dynasty, with Ahmose as its first king, marked the clear beginning of the new kingdom. He established Thebes as the main religious and political center of the realm. Meanwhile, Memphis remained vital for general administration and as a base for northern affairs. The court developed new departments to handle the increased volume of records that came with reunification. Scribes once again used a standardized dating system based on the king's regnal years. Ahmose married his sister, Ahmose Nefertari, who became a highly influential queen. She later served as regent for their son. This strong royal family provided essential continuity and helped stabilize the early years of the new dynasty. Ahmose's military successes also allowed the kingdom to resume larger-scale international trade. Boats once again sailed regularly to the Levant for cedar wood. They traveled to the Red Sea coast for incense and other exotic goods. These increased resources directly supported the national rebuilding effort. They allowed artisans to resume producing fine statues, reliefs, and jewelry. The introduction of the horse and chariot during the Hyksos period was now fully absorbed into Egyptian society. Royal stables were established near the palaces. Training programs were created for drivers and archers. These new capabilities significantly strengthened the army. Ahmose reorganized it into more professional units that could respond quickly to threats on any border throughout the country. The end of the wars brought a welcome return to the familiar agricultural cycle. Farmers in the delta and the valley planted their fields after the flood with greater confidence. They trusted that the harvest would safely reach the royal storehouses without outside interference. Villages repaired homes and canals that had been damaged during the long conflict. Local temples resumed their regular festivals. The king's name began to appear clearly on stelae set up in towns from Nubia all the way to the Mediterranean. This reminded people that a single ruler once again governed the entire land. Children born in the early years of Armos' reign grew up hearing stories of the glorious liberation campaigns. This reinforced their sense of belonging to a restored and powerful kingdom. Armos ruled for about 25 years after the momentous fall of Avaris. This gave the new dynasty ample time to take firm root. In his later reign, he focused on internal development. He ordered the construction of a new royal residence area at Thebes. He also supported the continued expansion of the great temple of Amun at Karnak. He ensured that the mortuary cults for his predecessors were carefully maintained. This linked the new dynasty to the traditions of earlier, great kings. When Armos died, the throne passed smoothly to his son, Amenhotep I. He successfully continued the established policies of border security and temple construction. This smooth transition demonstrated that the systems put in place during the wars were already functioning effectively. The wars that Armos led had been fought with a clear and singular purpose. This was to remove foreign control from Egyptian soil and to restore the deep unity that had defined the country for most of its history. The conflict was not a sudden explosion. Instead, it was the culmination of years of meticulous preparation, careful campaigning, and determined leadership. The technologies the Hyksos had introduced were not discarded. They were kept and significantly improved while the political division was brought to an end. The new kingdom that emerged from these campaigns would become the most expansive and powerful phase of ancient Egyptian civilization. It featured a professional army, a strong central court, and far-reaching trade networks. Armos' great achievement lay in combining military skill with administrative wisdom. He knew that victory on the battlefield had to be followed by fair governance. Economic recovery was essential if the unity was to last. His careful treatment of the Delta after the successful siege was a key part of this. So was his confirmation of local officials and his heavy investment in temples and irrigation. These actions all helped heal the deep divisions created by the long Hyksos period. Queen Ahertep and later Armos Nefertari provided additional stability. They showed that royal women could play essential roles in both military and civil affairs. The 18th dynasty therefore began on a strong foundation of restored order and renewed confidence. As the years after the liberation passed, the memory of the wars remained vividly alive. It was recorded in official inscriptions and told in popular stories. Soldiers who had marched with Armos received great honors and valuable land. Their families took deep pride in the part they had played in the wars. The chariot forces that had proven so effective became a potent symbol of the new military strength. The bronze weapons produced in Egyptian workshops equipped a large standing army. This force could defend the borders without relying on temporary levies. The river once again served as a single, great highway linking the entire kingdom. Boats carried grain, troops, and building stone under the protection of a unified government. The successful conclusion of the Wars of Liberation therefore marked far more than just the expulsion of the Hyksos. It represented the definitive reassertion of Egyptian control over its own destiny. It opened a new era in which the country would project its power far beyond the Nile Valley itself. Ahmose had not only driven out the foreign rulers, but he had also completely rebuilt the institutions needed for long-term stability. The new kingdom was now fully underway, with Thebes serving as its religious heart. Its king fully understood both the demanding requirements of war and the administrative needs of peaceful rule. The land that had been divided for more than a century stood united again. It was ready to enter its period of greatest imperial reach under the pharaohs, who would follow Ahmose's monumental example. The new kingdom ushered in a defining era of empire and conquest. Firmly established under the early kings of the 18th dynasty, the throne passed through a sequence of rulers dedicated to securing borders and rebuilding internal strength. Following Ahmose and his immediate successors, the royal line reached Thutmose II, whose untimely death left a young son, Thutmose III, as the nominal heir. For the first 22 years of the boy's reign, real authority rested with his stepmother and aunt, Hatshepsut, who ruled as pharaoh in her own right. During that time, the court at Thebes focused on trade expeditions and temple construction rather than large military campaigns. When Hatshepsut died, Thutmose III, now in his early 20s, took sole control and immediately turned his attention to the northeastern territories, where local rulers had grown restless and formed coalitions against Egyptian influence. Thutmose III had spent his years under the regency training as a skilled soldier and administrator. He understood the importance of a strong army equipped with chariots and bronze weapons, and he had carefully studied the geography of the lands beyond the Sinai. In the first year of his independent rule, he assembled a large force at the border fortress of Charu and marched toward Gaza, which served as the primary gateway into the region known as Ret Jenu. From there, the army moved northward along the coast before turning inland toward the strategic city of Megiddo, where a coalition of Canaanite princes had gathered under the leadership of the ruler of Kadesh. Thutmose III faced a critical choice of routes: a long, safe road around the Carmel Ridge or a narrow, risky pass directly through the mountains. He'd chosen the direct path despite the warnings of his officers, moving his troops in single file through the dangerous defile. The surprise was absolute. The enemy forces expecting the longer route were caught completely off guard, and the Egyptian army emerged onto the plain north of Megiddo, fully ready for battle. The fighting at Megiddo raged through the day, with Egyptian chariots charging the enemy lines while infantry supported from the flanks. By evening, the coalition had broken, and many of the opposing leaders fled frantically into the city, which then endured an 8-month siege. When Megiddo finally surrendered, Thutmose III accepted the submission of the princes, collected a vast quantity of weapons, chariots, and horses as tribute, and installed loyal governors in the captured towns. He chose not to destroy the city or slaughter its people. Instead, he took the sons of the local rulers back to Egypt as hostages, where they would be raised at court and later return to govern their territories with a distinctly Egyptian outlook. This clever approach became a standard part of his foreign policy in the years that followed. Over the next 2 decades, Thutmose III conducted at least 16 more campaigns into the northeast, moving systematically through the coastal cities and inland valleys of what is now Lebanon and Syria. He captured key ports such as Al-Arzar and Sumer, turning them into supply bases where Egyptian ships could unload grain and weapons while loading cedar timber for the return voyage. He advanced up the Bekaa Valley, effectively neutralizing the power of Kadesh. In his 33rd regnal year, he launched his most ambitious operation yet. Pontoon boats were built in sections, loaded onto ox carts, and transported across Syria so the army could cross the Euphrates River. On the far bank, the Egyptians engaged the forces of the kingdom of Mitanni. The Mitannian king fled, leaving behind members of his household and soldiers who were promptly captured. Thutmose III erected a commemorative stele beside the river near the one left by his grandfather Thutmose I, marking the farthest point of Egyptian advance. These campaigns were not continuous wars of destruction, but carefully planned operations combining military strategy with administration. After each season's battles, the king returned to Thebes to celebrate triumphs and dedicate portions of the captured goods to the temple of Amun at Karnak. Scribes traveling with the army, led by the royal scribe Thanani, recorded every event in detail. These annals were later carved onto the walls of the temple, providing a day-by-day account of marches, councils of war, and the quantities of tribute received. The lists included gold, silver, bronze, timber, cattle, grain, and even exotic animals and plants that Thutmose brought back to Egypt. The wealth flowing into the royal treasury supported further building projects and allowed the court to maintain a large professional army. To hold the newly won territories, Thutmose III established a durable network of garrisons at strategic points along the coast and in the highlands. Egyptian oversize, titled the Oversize of Foreign Lands, he resided in key cities and collected regular tribute from the local vassal rulers. These vassals swore oaths of loyalty and sent their sons to Egypt for education, ensuring that the next generation of leaders would remain friendly to the pharaoh. Fortresses were strengthened or newly constructed, and roads were improved to allow faster movement of troops and supplies. This system reduced the need for constant large-scale campaigning after the initial conquests, allowing the king to focus on consolidation in his later years. In the south, Thutmose III reaffirmed Egyptian control over Nubia, extending the boundary as far as the area near Napater. He built a temple to Amun there and employed local Nubian workers in the gold mines that now supplied much of the kingdom's wealth. The tribute from Nubia, combined with the riches from the northeast, created an unprecedented level of prosperity that supported artisans, scribes, and priests across the country. Boats traveled regularly between Thebes and the Delta, carrying grain from the north to feed the growing population and luxury goods from abroad to adorn the temples and palaces. Thutmose III also attended meticulously to internal administration. He reorganized the bureaucracy so that the vizier in Thebes and another in Memphis could coordinate more effectively with provincial governors. Taxes were assessed more accurately based on updated surveys of farmland, and the royal granaries held reserves that could be distributed during years of low flood. The king encouraged the development of new skills among craftsmen, particularly in glassmaking and metalwork, which benefited from the influx of raw materials from the empire. Temples throughout the land received generous support, with the greatest attention given to Karnak, where Thutmose III added halls, obelisks, and a unique festival court decorated with images of the foreign plants and animals he had brought back. By the final 12 years of his reign, Thutmose III had largely completed the military phase of his rule. He appointed his son Amenhotep II as co-regent to ensure a smooth transition of power. He spent more time at home overseeing building projects and receiving diplomatic envoys from distant lands. Gifts arrived from Crete, Cyprus, Babylonia, Assyria, and the Hittites, reflecting Egypt's new status as the dominant empire in the region. Tombs of high officials from this period show vivid scenes of foreign delegations presenting tribute before the pharaoh, a visual record of the empire's reach. Thutmose III died after a glorious reign of 54 years and was buried in the Valley of the Kings on the west bank at Thebes. His mortuary temple and the many monuments he left behind preserved the memory of his achievements. Later generations remembered him as a supreme warrior and a capable administrator who had expanded the borders without exhausting the country's resources. The systems he put in place for governing the empire continued to function smoothly under his successors, bringing steady tribute that supported the building programs and cultural life of the new kingdom at its height. The empire created by Thutmose III stretched from the Euphrates in the north to the fourth cataract of the Nile in the south. It was not a single centralized state, but a collection of vassal territories linked by loyalty to the pharaoh, military garrisons, and regular flows of goods. This arrangement brought new ideas, materials, and people into Egypt while allowing the core institutions along the Nile to remain distinctly Egyptian. The professional army, improved administration, and wealth from tribute all contributed to a period of stability and confidence that would last for generations. Thutmose III's approach combined bold military strategy with careful political management. He led from the front in battle, yet treated conquered peoples with measured humanity, preferring integration over senseless destruction. His annals at Karnak and the network of governors he established provided the framework that kept the empire functioning long after his passing. The river that had always united the two lands now served as the central artery of a much larger domain, with boats carrying not only grain and stone, but also the products of distant regions that enriched every level of society. The era of conquest under Thutmose III therefore represented the absolute peak of Egyptian territorial power. The king had taken the momentum gained from the wars of liberation and channeled it into a structured empire that brought security and prosperity to the homeland. His successors would inherit a strong position, though maintaining it would require continued attention to both borders and internal affairs. For the time being, however, the land along the Nile enjoyed the full benefits of victory and wise governance, with the temples at Karnak standing as permanent witnesses to the achievements of a ruler who had extended Egyptian influence farther than any before him. Hatshepsut and Akhenaten. The empire, built through years of careful campaigning, brought a steady flow of tribute and resources that allowed the 18th dynasty to turn its attention inward once more. One ruler who had already demonstrated how such stability could support ambitious projects was Hatshepsut, who had taken the throne as pharaoh after serving as regent for her stepson Thutmose III. She governed for more than 20 years in her own right, directing state affairs from the palace at Thebes while maintaining the administrative systems that kept the nomes supplied and the borders secure. Hatshepsut came from a family that valued tradition yet remained open to innovation, and she surrounded herself with capable officials who understood both the practical needs of the kingdom and the importance of public works that reinforced royal authority. Early in her independent rule, Hatshepsut focused on restoring and enlarging temples across the land, particularly at Karnak, where she added new gateways and shrines dedicated to Amun. She also ordered the quarrying of 2 massive obelisks from the granite quarries at Aswan, which were transported by river barge and erected at Karnak to mark her devotion to the gods. These projects employed teams of skilled stoneworkers and laborists who had gained experience during earlier building phases, and they helped employ people from villages along the Nile during the flood season when farm work paused. Hatshepsut's court kept detailed records of the materials used and the workers fed from royal storehouses, ensuring that operations ran smoothly and that the surplus from the empire supported every stage. One of the most notable undertakings during her reign was the grand expedition to the land of Punt, a region far to the south along the Red Sea coast that supplied incense, ebony, and exotic animals. Hatshepsut assembled a fleet of 5 large ships fitted with sails and oars, each capable of carrying a full crew and cargo. The expedition sailed from a port on the Red Sea, guided by experienced captains who had navigated southern waters before. When the ships returned after several months, they brought back live myrrh trees with their roots carefully packed in baskets, along with gold, ivory, leopard skins, and sacks of fragrant resin. The trees were planted in the lush gardens of Hatshepsut's mortuary temple, where they thrived and provided a continuing supply of incense for sacred rituals. Scenes of the expedition and its cargo were carved in detailed relief on the walls of the temple at Deir el-Barari, showing the ships loading goods and the people of Punt offering tribute. The mortuary temple Hatshepsut built for herself at Deir el-Barari stood majestically on the west bank opposite Thebes, set against towering cliffs in a series of 3 rising terraces connected by ramps. Architects designed it with rows of elegant columns that created shaded walkways, and the walls featured inscriptions praising the queen's achievements and her close relationship with the gods. Inside the upper terrace, chapels honored Amun and other deities, while the central sanctuary held statues of Hatshepsut herself. Workers used fine limestone blocks quarried nearby and granite for doorways, fitting everything with the precision that had become standard in royal construction. The temple complex included gardens and a long causeway leading down to the river, where boats could dock during great festivals. Priests maintained daily offerings there long after Hatshepsut's death, ensuring that her spirit continued to receive the sustenance believed necessary for the afterlife. Hatshepsut also strengthened trade routes within Egypt and beyond its borders. Merchants moved goods more freely between the delta and the southern nomes, while expeditions continued to bring copper from Sinai and turquoise from the eastern desert. She appointed trusted officials to oversee these activities, many of them drawn from families that had served earlier kings of the dynasty. One of her most relied upon advisors was Senenmut, who held several high positions and supervised much of the building work at Deir el-Bahari. His tomb near the temple contains statues and inscriptions recording his crucial role in the queen's projects. Under Hatshepsut's direction, the kingdom experienced a period of calm prosperity in which agriculture flourished, craftsmen refined their skills, and the court at Thebes became a world center for learning and artistic production. After Hatshepsut's reign ended and Thutmose III assumed full control, the pattern she had established continued to guide the dynasty. The following kings, including Amenhotep II and Thutmose IV, maintained the empire's borders and the flow of tribute while focusing on temple repairs and military readiness. By the time Amenhotep III came to the throne, the country had enjoyed decades of peace and accumulated wealth that allowed for an even greater level of cultural and architectural grandeur. Amenhotep III ruled for nearly 40 years, during which he oversaw the construction of colossal temples and palaces, many of them at Thebes and Memphis. He married a prominent commoner named Tai, who became a powerful queen whose influence helped shape court policies. Their son, who would later take the name Akhenaten, grew up in this environment of immense abundance and royal ritual. Akhenaten's early years as co-regent with his father followed traditional Egyptian ways. However, after he became sole ruler, he introduced radical changes that completely altered the religious landscape of the kingdom. He promoted the exclusive worship of a single deity, the Aten, represented as the sun disk with rays ending in hands that offered life to the king and his family. This sole focus on the Aten gradually replaced the old cults of Amun and other gods in official court ceremonies. Akhenaten changed his own name from Amenhotep, meaning Amun is satisfied, to Akhenaten, meaning you're effective for the Aten. He ordered the construction of new temples dedicated solely to the Aten, first at Karnak and then in a completely new city he founded midway between Thebes and Memphis. This new capital, called Akhenaten, or Horizon of the Aten, was built on a virgin stretch of desert land on the east bank of the Nile. Planners laid out a grand main road running parallel to the river, lined with palaces, administrative buildings, and open-air temples. The temples featured wide, sunlit courts where the sun could shine directly on altars, lacking the dark, enclosed sanctuaries typical of earlier designs. Families of officials, priests, and craftsmen moved to the city with the king, and the population grew rapidly as supply boats arrived daily with food and building materials. Akhenaten and his queen Nefertiti appeared frequently in public processions along the main road, riding in golden chariots and distributing gifts to favored courtiers. Artisans working in the city developed a naturalistic new style of sculpture and painting that showed the royal family in relaxed, intimate poses, featuring elongated features and fluid shapes that emphasized life and movement over traditional stiffness. The shift to the Aten cult affected every aspect of daily administration. Temples dedicated to the older gods lost their funding from the royal treasury, and their priesthoods were instructed to redirect resources toward the new capital. Scribes began using a simplified, contemporary form of the language in official records, making documents easier to read and write. The king composed moving hymns praising the Aten as the sole creator of all life, and these texts were copied and displayed in tombs and temples throughout Akhenaten. Yet, these sweeping changes did not extend evenly across the entire country. In the outer provinces, farmers continued to plant and harvest according to the natural Nile cycle, and local officials kept irrigation canals clear even as royal attention drifted north. Akhenaten's reign lasted 17 years, during which the court at Akhenaten maintained close control over foreign correspondence. Letters from vassal rulers in the northeast arrived regularly, written on clay tablets in the diplomatic cuneiform script of the era, and the king's scribes replied with instructions on maintaining regional order. Some letters complained of local unrest or requested military assistance, showing that the empire still required active management even as the king concentrated on religious reform at home. Nefertiti played an extraordinarily prominent role in the new state ceremonies, often shown alongside Akhenaten performing sacred offerings to the Aten. Their 6 daughters appeared in numerous reliefs, reinforcing the image of the royal family as the essential link between the sun disk and the people. Toward the end of Akhenaten's rule, the court faced challenges from disease outbreaks and growing pressure from traditional officials who favored the older religious ways. The king's health may have declined, and the city of Akhenaten began to show signs of diminishing activity. When Akhenaten died, the throne passed briefly to a short-lived successor and then to a young king named Tutankhaten, who soon changed his name to Tutankhamun and moved the court back to Thebes. The new administration restored state support to the traditional temples and gradually abandoned the city at Akhenaten, leaving it to be reclaimed by desert sands. Though the radical religious experiment ended, the art and philosophy developed during those years left lasting traces on Egyptian culture, and the royal archives left at the site provided future generations with a clear picture of imperial diplomacy. This era, spanning Hatshepsut's steady leadership to Akhenaten's bold reforms, demonstrated the remarkable range of possibilities within the 18th dynasty. Hatshepsut had used the kingdom's stability to build enduring monuments and expand foreign trade, while Akhenaten attempted to fundamentally reshape the relationship between humanity and the divine. Both visions relied entirely on the strong administrative and economic foundation laid by earlier pharaohs, and both left Egypt enriched with new architecture, artistic styles, and historical records. The Nile continued to provide its timeless rhythm of life for farmers and officials alike, and the empire's borders remained largely intact despite internal shifts at court. Following Tutankhamun's brief reign, the dynasty continued under military leaders who restored traditional order and turned their focus back toward external affairs. Yet the monumental achievements of Hatshepsut and the bold innovations of Akhenaten remained permanently preserved in temple inscriptions and desert ruins. The dynasty had proven that a unified land could support both traditional grandeur and radical shifts in thought, each in its proper time. The river valley that had witnessed unification centuries prior continued to thrive, sustaining the kingdom as it prepared to write its next great chapter. The river valley, which had previously existed now for countless generations, bore witness to these varied and magnificent expressions of royal power. All these monumental achievements drew upon the same crucial resources: abundant grain, massive labor forces, and a highly skilled administration that had sustained Egyptian civilization through every phase, leading to this grand restoration and the glorious age of Ramesses. After the short reign of Tutankhamun and the brief rule of his successor a military officer named Horem took the throne and began the serious work of restoring the traditional order that had been disrupted during the turbulent years at Akhenaten. Horem had served as a general under previous kings and understood the importance of a strong army and a smoothly functioning bureaucracy. He issued important decrees that reorganized the courts, significantly reduced corruption among officials, and directed vital resources back to the great temples of Amun at Karnak and other major shrines. Scribes once again recorded dates by the regnal years of the king in Thebes. The old priesthoods received renewed support so they could resume their important daily rituals and grand festivals. Horem also significantly strengthened the borders, particularly in the northeast, where small raids had begun to test Egyptian control. His determined efforts laid a stable and secure foundation for the next family of rulers. The 19th dynasty opened when Ramesses I, an experienced army officer chosen by Horem as his successor, came to the native throne. His reign was short, but he passed power smoothly to his son Seti I, who ruled for about 15 years and focused on both military campaigns and building projects. Seti I led major expeditions into the northeast to reassert authority over territories that had grown restless. Furthermore, he successfully fought against groups in Libya to the west. At home, he enlarged the great temple of Amun at Karnak and began construction of a grand mortuary temple at Abydos. There, detailed reliefs showed him offering to the gods of the traditional pantheon. These projects helped to restore confidence among the people. They demonstrated that the king once again honored the old ways while maintaining the strength of the empire. Seti's son, Ramesses II, came to the throne as a young man and would rule for 67 years, becoming one of the longest reigning and most active kings of the new kingdom. Ramesses II had already gained significant military experience under his father, and quickly set about securing the empire's northern borders. In his fourth regnal year, he led an army toward the vital city of Kardesh on the Orontes River. At Kardesh, the Hittite king Mewertali had gathered a massive force. The Egyptian army advanced in 4 separate divisions, but the Hittites successfully ambushed the leading division near the city. Ramesses II found himself surrounded with only his personal guard. Yet, he rallied his troops and fought bravely until reinforcements arrived. The battle ended without a clear victory for either side. However, both kings later claimed total success in their own records. Several years afterward, Ramesses II and the new Hittite king Hattusili III signed a formal peace treaty. This is the earliest known surviving example of such a document. The treaty was recorded on precious silver tablets and copied onto temple walls in Egypt, promising mutual aid and non-aggression. It was sealed by strategic royal marriages, with Hittite princesses joining the Egyptian court. With the northern frontier stabilized by the treaty, Ramesses II turned his attention to building on a scale that rivaled the great projects of earlier dynasties. He completed the temple at Abydos begun by his father and added his own magnificent mortuary temple, the Ramesseum, on the west bank at Thebes. The Ramesseum featured a huge seated statue of the king, colossal columns, and extensive storerooms that could hold vast quantities of grain for distribution to the people. Far to the south, at Arbu Simbel near the Second Cataract, Ramesses II ordered the carving of 2 rock-cut temples directly into the sandstone cliffs. A larger temple showed 4 gigantic seated figures of the king on the facade, each more than 65 feet high. Inside, grand halls led to a sanctuary where the sun's rays illuminated statues of the king and the gods on certain days of the year. A smaller temple nearby honored his beloved queen Nefertari. These monuments served both religious and political purposes. They reminded the Nubian population and travelers along the Nile of the pharaoh's power. Ramesses II also founded a new capital city in the eastern delta called Pi-Ramesses. The site had been used earlier as a summer residence, but the king expanded it into a major administrative and military center. It contained palaces, temples, barracks, and workshops. Its strategic location near the border allowed a faster response to any threats from the northeast. This made it easier to launch expeditions into the Levant. The city included quarters for foreign residents, including Hittite envoys who lived there after the peace treaty. Canals connected Pi-Ramesses to the Nile, and harbors received ships bringing cedar from Lebanon and other goods from across the empire. The court spent part of each year there, especially during the cooler months. While Thebes remained the primary religious center throughout his long reign, Ramesses II fathered many children. More than 100 sons and daughters are recorded, and he appointed several of them to important positions. His eldest sons often led military campaigns or served as priests. Meanwhile, his daughters took part in royal ceremonies and diplomatic marriages. The Queen Nefertari was particularly prominent in the early years. After her death, another wife, Isetnofret, and later her daughters, assumed important roles at court. This large royal family helped ensure continuity and provided capable administrators for the growing bureaucracy. Ramesses II also maintained close ties with the priesthood of Amun, granting them lands and privileges while keeping ultimate authority in his own hands. The prosperity of the age supported a high level of artistic and literary activity. Scribes copied older texts and composed new ones praising the king's victories and building achievements. Artisans produced fine jewelry, furniture, and household items for the elite. Many of these items were placed in tombs in the Valley of the Kings. The increased wealth from tribute and trade allowed ordinary people in the villages to enjoy more stable lives. Regular distributions of grain from royal storehouses occurred during years when the flood was lower than usual. Farmers continued to plant emmer and barley after the waters receded. Craftsmen in the workshops near the temples and palaces worked steadily on royal commissions. In his later years, Ramesses II celebrated multiple Jubilee festivals marking 30 years and then additional decades on the throne. These grand ceremonies were held at both Pi-Ramesses and Thebes. These events included great processions, offerings to the gods, and public distributions of food and gifts. The king appeared in public wearing the double crown and carrying the traditional symbols of rule. This reinforced the essential idea that he maintained the order of the two lands. Foreign envoys attended the Jubilees, bringing tribute and acknowledging Egyptian dominance. By the time Ramesses II died at about 90 years old, he had outlived many of his sons. Therefore, the throne passed to his 13th son, Merneptah. Merneptah faced immediate challenges on the western border. There, a coalition of Libyan tribes and groups from the Mediterranean islands, later called the Sea Peoples, attempted to enter the delta. He defeated them in a major battle in his 5th regnal year. He recorded the victory on a stele that also mentioned a campaign in Canaan. On this stele, the name Israel appears for the first time in Egyptian records. Merneptah maintained the crucial peace treaty with the Hittites and continued the building programs on a smaller scale. But the long reign of his father had set a high standard that later kings found difficult to match. The age of Ramesses II therefore represented the last great flourishing of the new kingdom's power and confidence. His military campaigns, diplomatic successes, and monumental building projects left a lasting imprint on the landscape from the Delta to Nubia. The peace treaty with the Hittites brought decades of stability along the northern frontier, while the new capital at Pi-Ramesses strengthened control over the eastern approaches. Temples and statues bearing his name stood as visible reminders of royal authority for centuries afterward. The systems of administration, taxation, and military organization that had developed since the early 18th dynasty reached their fullest expression during his reign, supporting both external security and internal prosperity. After Merneptah, the 19th dynasty continued for a few more reigns, but the country began to face increasing difficulties. They contended with lower Nile floods, reduced tribute from the empire, and growing pressure from groups along the borders. Yet, the memory of Ramesses II endured. Later kings often took his name in the hope of reviving the strength he had shown. His long life and active rule had given the kingdom a period of remarkable stability and grandeur that would be remembered as one of the high points of ancient Egyptian history. The river continued to flow through the heart of the land, sustaining the fields and carrying boats between the great cities, while the monuments he left behind stood guard over the achievements of an era when one king could direct the resources of a vast domain toward works that endured for millennia. Decline and invasions. After the long and active rule of Ramesses II and the shorter reign of his son Merneptah, the 19th dynasty came to an end with a series of brief kings who struggled to maintain the same level of control. The early years of the 20th dynasty brought one final strong ruler in the form of Ramesses III, who faced immediate threats from groups known as the Sea Peoples. These migrants and warriors from the Mediterranean islands and coastal regions had already disrupted trade and settlements across the entire eastern Mediterranean. In his 8th regnal year, Ramesses III prepared the Egyptian army and navy to meet them on two fronts. The land forces clashed along the eastern border, while the fleet engaged the invaders at the mouths of the Nile. Egyptian chariots and archers broke the enemy formations. The ships used grappling hooks to pull enemy vessels close for hand-to-hand fighting. The victory was recorded in detail on the walls of Ramesses III's mortuary temple at Medinet Habu. There, detailed scenes showed the king overseeing the battles and the defeated Sea Peoples being led away as captives. Some of the prisoners were settled in military colonies within Egypt, where they served in the army and introduced new skills in metalwork. Ramesses III also dealt with a significant Libyan incursion in his 6th year. He successfully defeated a coalition that had crossed the Western Desert. These campaigns secured the borders for a time, but they drained resources that the treasury could ill afford. The cost of maintaining a large standing army and repairing damage from earlier low floods added to the strain. Toward the end of his 31-year reign, economic difficulties appeared more clearly. Workers at the royal tomb sites near Thebes went on strike when their monthly grain rations arrived late. Officials resolved the dispute by distributing emergency supplies from temple storehouses. But the incident showed that the central government was having trouble keeping the regular flow of payments to its employees. Scribes recorded the entire event in official journals, noting the names of the foremen and the exact amounts owed. Despite these problems, Ramesses III continued building at Medinet Habu. He added a large enclosure wall and decorative reliefs that celebrated his victories and reinforced the image of a strong pharaoh protecting the land. After Ramesses III's death, the throne passed through a line of 8 more kings, all named Ramesses. Their reigns grew progressively shorter and less effective. The empire in the northeast began to slip away. Local rulers in Canaan and Syria stopped sending regular tribute and asserted greater independence. Egyptian garrisons in those regions were reduced or withdrawn. the flow of cedarwood and other vital goods from the Levant slowed to a trickle. In Nubia, the southern forts remained under Egyptian control a while longer. But the gold mines produced less as the easier deposits were exhausted. At home, the administration in Thebes and the Delta faced growing challenges. They dealt with powerful priests and local officials who controlled larger estates and temple lands. The high priest of Amun at Karnak, Herihor, held both religious and military titles. He effectively governed the southern part of the country. His family intermarried with the royal line, further blurring the lines between priesthood and kingship. By the end of the 20th dynasty, the central authority had weakened enough that the country split once more into northern and southern centers of power. The last Rameses, Rameses XI, ruled in name only. Real decisions rested with officials in Thebes and a new leader named Smendes, who established himself at Tanis in the eastern delta. When Rameses XI died, Smendes took the throne as the first king of the 21st dynasty and moved the royal residence to Tanis. The new capital was built using stone blocks transported from older sites, including Pi Rameses. This new city became the political center for the north. In the south, the high priests of Amun at Thebes continued to manage their own affairs. They collected taxes and maintained order in the southern nomes. The two regions cooperated on matters of trade and irrigation. But the unified command that had marked the height of the new kingdom was gone. Kings in Tanis and high priests in Thebes exchanged letters and occasional marriages to keep relations smooth. Yet, each operated with considerable independence. The third intermediate period that followed lasted roughly 4 centuries. It saw a series of dynasties with mixed Egyptian and foreign origins. Libyan groups who had settled in the western delta during earlier decades gradually rose to prominence. One Libyan chief, Shoshenq I, seized the throne around 945 BC and founded the 22nd dynasty. He ruled from Bubastis in the delta. He appointed his son as high priest of Amun at Thebes to keep the south aligned with his policies. Shoshenq I even led a major campaign into Canaan, reaching Jerusalem and collecting tribute that helped replenish the royal treasury. His successors continued to balance power between the delta and the valley. But over time, the Libyan kings faced challenges from rival families within their own ranks. Local princes in delta cities such as Leontopolis and Sais declared their own independent lines. This created overlapping claims to the throne. During these decades, the priesthood at Thebes grew even stronger. Some high priests effectively acted as rulers of Upper Egypt, issuing decrees and leading their own small military forces. Temples in the south received generous land grants and operated as self-contained economic units. They maintained their own workshops, farms, and storehouses. In the north, the kings at Tanis and later Bubastis focused on maintaining trade contacts with the Levant and the Mediterranean. Ships continued to sail from the delta ports, bringing in timber and metals. But the quantities were smaller than in earlier centuries. Nubia, once tightly controlled, began to develop its own centers of power. Local leaders in the region around Napata revived the worship of Amun. They eventually formed their own kingdom that would later play a role in Egyptian affairs. By the middle of the 8th century BC, a new force appeared from the south. The kings of Kush, centered at Napata, had adopted many Egyptian customs. They now claimed the right to rule the entire Nile Valley. Pierre, also known as Pa, led his army northward in a major campaign. It brought most of Upper Egypt under his control. He respected the temples and performed the traditional rituals at Karnak. He presented himself as a restorer of order rather than a conqueror. His successor Shabarkar moved the capital to Memphis. He ruled over a reunited land that stretched from the Delta to the Fourth Cataract. The 25th dynasty, as these Kushite rulers are known, governed for about 70 years. They repaired temples, revived older artistic styles, and strengthened the borders against threats from the east. Yet, they also faced growing pressure from the expanding Assyrian Empire in Mesopotamia. The Assyrians had already conquered much of the Levant. The Assyrians launched several invasions into Egypt during the later years of the 25th dynasty. In 671 BC, their king Esarhaddon captured Memphis and forced the Kushite ruler Taharqa to retreat south. A few years later, Eshurbanipal pushed even farther, sacking Thebes and carrying away treasures from the temples. The Kushite kings withdrew to their southern heartland. A new local family from Sais in the Delta took advantage of the power vacuum. Psamtik I, founder of the 26th dynasty, gradually extended his control over the entire country. He achieved this with the help of Greek and Carian mercenaries who fought with iron weapons and new tactics. He established his capital at Sais. He encouraged trade with Greek cities, allowing merchants to settle at Naucratis in the Delta. This period, sometimes called the Saïta Renaissance, saw a deliberate revival of older Egyptian customs. Artists copied statues and reliefs from the Old Kingdom and Middle Kingdom. Scribes collected and recopied ancient texts. And temples received new decorations in traditional styles. Psamtik I and his successors ruled a relatively stable Egypt for about 150 years. But the country remained vulnerable to larger powers beyond its borders. The Persian Empire under Cambyses conquered Egypt in 525 BC. They defeated the last Saïta king, Psamtik III, at the Battle of Pelusium. The Persians treated Egypt as a satrapy, or province. They appointed governors to collect taxes and maintain order. Some Persian kings, notably Darius I, showed respect for Egyptian religion. They repaired temples and supported the priesthoods. Yet, native resentment grew over time. Several major revolts broke out, often with help from Greek city-states. Brief periods of independence occurred under local dynasties such as the 28th, 29th, and 30th. But these lasted only a few decades before Persian forces returned. Throughout the Third Intermediate Period and the years of foreign rule, ordinary life along the Nile continued much as it had for centuries. Farmers planted their fields after the flood. Scribes kept records in the temples and administrative centers. And craftsmen produced goods for local markets and royal courts. The division of the country into northern and southern spheres meant that taxes and labor were directed to whichever authority held power in each region. But the basic systems of irrigation and grain storage remained intact. Temples served as important economic and social hubs. They offered work and protection to people in times of uncertainty. The introduction of new groups, whether Libyan settlers, Kushite officials, or Greek mercenaries, added fresh elements to society. This occurred without erasing the core Egyptian identity that had endured for so many generations. The repeated invasions and shifts in power reflected the changing balance of forces in the wider Mediterranean and Near Eastern world. Egypt's wealth and strategic location made it a tempting target. Meanwhile, internal divisions among its own elites prevented a unified defense. The river that had once supported a single strong kingdom now flowed through a land that was frequently contested by outside powers. Yet, even under foreign rulers, the temples continued their rituals. The fields produced their harvests. And the people adapted to each new government while preserving their language, writing, and religious traditions. The long decline from the height of the new kingdom had not destroyed Egyptian civilization. Instead, it had transformed it into a more fragmented and externally influenced society that would face even greater changes in the centuries ahead. By the time the Persians returned for a second period of rule in the 4th century BC, the stage was set for one final major conquest. This would bring the era of independent ancient Egyptian rule to a close. The country that had once projected power across an empire now found itself a province within larger foreign realms. Its resources directed outward and its centuries-old traditions facing their greatest challenge yet from the Greek world that was rising to dominance across the Mediterranean. Internal affairs were continually shaped by distant capitals. The monuments of earlier kings still stood proudly along the Nile, silent witnesses to a time when the two lands had been united and strong under their own pharaohs. The gradual loss of empire and the cycles of invasion during the Third Intermediate Period marked the end of one of the most enduring phases of Egyptian history. Yet, the underlying rhythms of the river and the land continued to sustain the resilient people who lived beside them. The second period of Persian rule over Egypt had settled into a pattern of provincial administration by the middle of the 4th century BC. Governors appointed directly from the Persian court collected taxes in grain and silver, while local Egyptian officials handled day-to-day affairs in the nomes. Temples continued to function under royal grants, and the Nile's annual flood still dictated the rhythm of planting and harvest for farmers along its banks. Yet, the arrangement left many Egyptians feeling alienated from their own sacred traditions of kingship when a new power appeared from the west in the form of the Macedonian king, Alexander. The Persians were already severely weakened by revolts elsewhere in their vast empire. In 332 BC, Alexander's disciplined army crossed from Garza into the delta without meeting serious resistance. The Persian satrap promptly handed over control of the country. Alexander entered Memphis, where he performed sacrifices to the traditional gods and was crowned with the double crown in a ceremony echoing the ancient rituals of earlier pharaohs. He founded a magnificent new city on the Mediterranean coast near the western edge of the delta, naming it Alexandria after himself. The site offered a fine natural harbor and easy access to lucrative trade routes. Within just a few years, it grew into a major center of learning and commerce that would shape the region for centuries. Alexander spent only a short time in Egypt before marching on to conquer the remainder of the Persian Empire. He left a small garrison behind and appointed 2 trusted officers to manage civil and military affairs. After his sudden death in 323 BC, his top generals divided the conquered lands among themselves. One of them, Ptolemy, son of Lagos, took control of Egypt and soon declared himself king. Ptolemy I Soter, as he became known, established the Ptolemaic dynasty that would rule the country for nearly 300 years. He and his successors governed from Alexandria, masterfully blending Greek administrative methods with Egyptian royal customs. They kept the ancient title of pharaoh, appeared in traditional regalia on temple walls, and supported the priesthoods with generous land grants and building projects. At the same time, they introduced Greek as the official language of court and government. They founded libraries and schools that attracted renowned scholars from across the Mediterranean basin. Furthermore, they encouraged Greek settlers to farm new agricultural land reclaimed from the marshes in the Pharaohs. The early Ptolemies expanded the kingdom's influence through clever diplomacy and occasional warfare. Ptolemy II Philadelphus strengthened the navy and built the famous lighthouse on the island of Pharaohs that guided merchant ships safely into Alexandria's harbor. He also sponsored brave expeditions south along the Red Sea and into Nubia to secure trade in ivory, gold, and war elephants for the army. Great temples at Edfu, Dendra, and Philae received major additions during this prosperous period. Their stone walls were carved with scenes showing Ptolemaic kings offering gifts to Egyptian gods in the traditional style. The dynasty's immense wealth came from efficient tax collection, state monopolies on oil and textiles, and the massive export of grain that fed cities throughout the eastern Mediterranean. Alexandria itself became a thriving cosmopolitan hub where Egyptians, Greeks, Jews, and traders from farther east lived side by side. The great library and museum drew brilliant philosophers, poets, and scientists who studied geometry, astronomy, and medicine, building on knowledge preserved from earlier Egyptian and Greek traditions. However, later rulers faced increasing pressure from Rome. the dominant rising power in the Mediterranean. Ptolemy XII Orleans spent much of his reign seeking Roman political support to keep his throne, borrowing vast sums of money and granting favors that severely weakened the kingdom's finances. When he died in 51 BC, his brilliant daughter Cleopatra VII and her younger brother Ptolemy XIII inherited the throne jointly. Cleopatra quickly showed herself to be a remarkably capable and ambitious leader. Fluent in several languages, including Egyptian, which most earlier Ptolemies had never bothered to learn, she worked tirelessly to restore stability by reducing debt, supporting temple restorations, and improving vital irrigation in the delta. In 48 BC, the formidable Roman general Julius Caesar arrived in Alexandria during his pursuit of his rival Pompey. Cleopatra arranged a secret meeting with him, and the two quickly formed a powerful political and personal alliance. Caesar helped her defeat her brother in a brief civil war and secured her position as the sole ruler of Egypt. Their son Caesarion was born the following year and was later recognized as co-ruler. After Caesar's assassination in 44 BC, Cleopatra aligned herself with Mark Antony, one of the primary leaders who emerged in the subsequent Roman power struggle. Antony governed the eastern provinces of Rome, and together they planned a grand military campaign against the Parthians to the east. Cleopatra supplied ships, grain, and funds, while Antony granted her additional strategic territories in the Levant and Cyprus. Their dynamic partnership blended Roman military ambition with Ptolemaic wealth and Egyptian religious symbolism. In 34 BC, they staged a lavish ceremony in Alexandria known as the Redenations of Alexandria, in which they distributed lands among their children and presented Cleopatra as the new Isis and Antony as her divine counterpart. These bold moves deeply alarmed the Roman Senate and especially Octavian, Caesar's adopted heir, who portrayed the relationship as a direct threat to traditional Roman values. The brewing conflict came to a decisive head in 31 BC at the naval battle of Actium off the coast of Greece. Octavian's fleet, brilliantly commanded by Agrippa, outmaneuvered the larger but less coordinated naval forces of Antony and Cleopatra. When Cleopatra's ships withdrew from the chaotic fighting, Antony followed, and the battle quickly turned into a complete rout. The couple retreated to Alexandria, but their political position was entirely hopeless. Octavian advanced through Syria and reached the Egyptian border the following year. Antony's remaining troops deserted in large numbers, and in August of 30 BC, he took his own life after receiving a false report that Cleopatra had already died. Cleopatra followed soon afterward, choosing to end her own life rather than be paraded through the streets of Rome as a humbled captive. With her tragic death, the Ptolemaic dynasty came to its final end. Octavian, who later took the regal name Augustus, annexed Egypt as the personal province of the Roman emperor. He visited Alexandria and Memphis, paid his respects at the tomb of Alexander, and ordered that Caesarion be executed to remove any rival claim to power. Roman rule brought sweeping changes to the way the ancient country was governed. Egypt effectively became the emperor's private estate, its vast grain supply vital for feeding the expanding population of Rome itself. Prefects appointed directly by the emperor oversaw the provincial administration. A stricter, more demanding tax system was imposed that included regular population censuses and detailed land surveys. The old temple priesthoods continued to operate, but with far less political independence. Meanwhile, new Roman-style towns began to appear alongside the ancient mud-brick villages. Alexandria retained its high status as a world center of learning, but the true focus of power now lay far across the sea in Rome. Over the following centuries, Christianity spread steadily along the banks of the Nile, gradually replacing the older gods, while the Egyptian language evolved into Coptic and was written in a new script. Yet, the basic patterns of farming, irrigation, and daily life remained deeply rooted in the land and the river that had sustained the country for more than 3,000 years. The arrival of Alexander, the rise of the Ptolemies, and the dramatic final years under Cleopatra marked the closing chapter of independent ancient Egyptian rule. The kingdom that had once unified under Narmer and reached its greatest imperial extent under Thutmose III now became part of a larger Mediterranean world, dominated first by Greeks and then by Romans. Each foreign dynasty had adapted to Egyptian traditions while simultaneously introducing new ideas, technologies, and languages. Temples built by the Ptolemies still stand proudly today, their walls showing kings in pharaonic dress performing the same sacred offerings that had been made since the earliest dynasties. The glorious city of Alexandria, with its legendary library and soaring lighthouse, symbolized the unique blend of cultures that defined those final centuries. Cleopatra's intelligence and political skill had allowed Egypt to maintain a measure of autonomy longer than it might have otherwise. However, the relentless tide of Roman power ultimately proved unstoppable. Even after the loss of true independence, the Nile continued to shape the daily lives of its people. Farmers planted and harvested in accordance with the annual flood. Scribes kept meticulous records for new masters, and artisans produced fine goods that reflected both old traditions and new influences. The monumental structures along the river, from Gezer down to Philae, stood as permanent reminders of earlier greatness, visited by curious Greek and Roman travelers who marveled at the pyramids and temples. The story of ancient Egypt did not simply vanish with Cleopatra. It passed into a transformational new phase where its rich legacy would be studied, appreciated, and preserved by later generations. The land that had given rise to one of the world's longest-lasting civilizations now contributed its vast knowledge, art, and administrative experience to the empires that followed. In the quiet villages beside the river, the timeless annual cycle of flood, planting, and harvest went on completely unchanged. Families carefully repaired their mud-brick houses, tended their fertile fields, and gathered for local festivals that still honored the old rhythms, even as new religious beliefs appeared. The river that had witnessed grand unification, incredible pyramid building, vast empire, and gradual decline continued to flow peacefully northward toward the sea, carrying with it the memory of countless generations who had lived along its banks. The final chapters of ancient Egyptian rule had officially ended. Yet, the civilization they represented had left an indelible imprint on human history that would endure far beyond the arrival of Alexander or the conquest by Rome. The story of ancient Egypt has now come to its gentle close. It was a long and magnificent journey that began with the quiet gift of the Nile and unfolded through centuries of unity, extraordinary achievement, deep challenge, and constant change. As the river flows on, steady and unchanging, it reminds us that even the greatest civilizations rise and fall within the larger rhythms of time and nature. Take a slow, deep breath now. Feel the soft, comforting weight of the covers and let the fan's gentle hum blend naturally with the quiet darkness around you. The lights are low, the world outside is completely still, and you have traveled far through the ancient ages tonight. Sleep well, and let the gentle current of the past carry you into peaceful, restorative dreams.